Hi, hi. Hi, everyone. Hi, Siri. How you doing? Hold up. I hope you guys are doing all right today. Oops. There we go. Sound check. Do I sound okay? Does the game audio sound okay? Let me know. Oh, the game is not looking okay. Up. The game is not looking okay, but I can fix that. There we go. There we go. So I think I can turn up the game a little bit from what I can see. Da, 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 da. Here we go. Turn that up just a little bit. There we go. Can you hear all right now? On the Monster Hunter grind. Yes, I think everyone's on the Monster Hunter grind, aren't they? I'm seeing people with streams that are like 7-8 hours long, and I'm like, holy cow. Monster hunting is a full-time job. Alright, let me know if the sound... Okay, it's all good now? Perfect. It was actually kind of funny. I was talking to my friend Yuko on... She wasn't able to play Monster Hunter on the first day, but I was telling her it's kind of insane how people are playing the game for 7 or 8 hours straight. Just for her to play for 8 hours straight. What the heck? There we go. And then I also saw that apparently the devs of Palworld, I don't know how true this is, I just saw it online today. Apparently the devs of Palworld gave all their... No, the people who... Pocket Pair gave all their devs the day off so that they can play Monster Hunter. Like, dang. I knew the game was anticipated, but I didn't realize how much. Yeah, who would play the game for that long? Yeah, it seems like everyone is diving headfirst into the game and not resurfacing. Anyways, I'm just gonna hop right on in. We're gonna continue on with chapter 4. From the image I put on the thumbnail, it seems like chapter 4 is called... What was it called? The Mystic Ship in the Mist? So, I mean, I knew we were gonna go on a ship, so let's see what crime we're gonna solve there. Autosave data. No, I'm gonna go with the slot one. Confirm. There we go. I'm... Let's see.
大娘，你怎么还在啊？我以为你走了。
你这小后生，怎么说话呢？
大娘别生气，我就是担心大娘没时间休息。毕竟，您可是这湖广大地上最厉害的武座。
哼，少拍马屁，还是你家先生本领高强。
Oof.
大娘谬赞。
I mean, Afu's pretty praiseworthy in his own right.
什么？之前的藏尸案，连老身都险些被蒙混过去了，倒是你识破了那把戏。
Yeah, I guess I should give like a very quick recap from what I'm remembering. So we solved how many cases? Like this was 1, 2, 3 murders at this point. The first one we were framed for a locked room murder. The second one was... What was the second one? The second one was the culprit of the first case being murdered, and then I was trying to figure that one out. And this one was... The previous one, chapter 3, was the one right before this. It happened over there, where I'm just gonna say he was the supervisor of this iron or steel plant being mysteriously dying, and I was trying to figure out the what's it called? The figuring out the reason. My brain's going really slowly today. And then now we are about to hop onto a ship because I think I don't want to say that we're heading to London, but the main overarching case is that we're trying to figure out what happened to our brother because our brother was found dead in a locked room mystery. And this is us, Detective Shen, our assistant Afu, and this is Auntie Vu, who we met because she was the coroner. No, I didn't see the video you sent, Fiddlesticks. I'll have to take a look later.
仵作和侦探碰到一块儿，还能有什么事儿？准是又出人命了。
Oh, all right. I'm guessing I have to keep going. Yes.
这里的事情都已处理好了吗？
It's a short, cute, and funny video. I'll take a look later. Thank you.
李毅和我是多年老友，他将铁厂看作命一般。这次多亏了你们两个帮忙。
嘿嘿，
沈先生，今次书局给你回电报了。电报里怎么说？书局的督教方汉秋对那本斗士
Arcadia Fang.
愿意协助调查。
That's a new
太
name.
好了，先生，咱们赶紧去扬州吧。
那就快上船吧。
So we're not heading to London yet. We're heading to another part of China.
那里总觉
Ah, it's journalist Wen. I'm glad we get to see her again.
青山座座皆巍峨，我为愚公永求索。千锤百炼铸金魂，一片丹心留人间。君看今朝汉阳
Is
造
it，the poem? What is she
竹竹
saying?
起惊涛。好多灵
I hope she comes with us.
第六题有哪个好呢？
Oh, headlines, of course.
糟了，
They all sound very like poetic though. Oh, she is coming with us. I hope. Did we just leave her behind? I hope not. Again, I really love the aesthetic of this game. The whole painty aesthetic. When I was playing Cookie Run yesterday, I think we also encountered the same aesthetic. There's something very pretty and calming about it. Oh, look! More Chinese that I can't read. I'm pretty sure this is traditional Chinese characters. Just based on how many strokes are in this one character. Until even today, oh, this is an actual photo. That's cool. Still use steel rails made by Hanyang Ironworks.
请进。文小姐有什么事吗？
Time to put your thinking cap on. Hi, say what now? Welcome to stream. You actually didn't miss any clues. It was just us saying goodbye to coroner Auntie Vu, and then we hopped onto a ship, and journalist Wen is coming with us. Yay!
我是来，抱歉，我对于那封绝笔信的判断太草率。
I like her. I really, really like her. I don't think I've ever... Okay, this might be an exaggeration, but from my current memory, I can't think of any journalist apologizing for misleading their audience. So this makes me like her a lot. We love a journalist with integrity.
文小姐不必自责，若没有你的帮助，此案无法顺利告破。
是啊，文小姐反诈和私事那招实在是太妙了。
Yes.
你的闲写事迹才是帮了大忙，让他露出了破绽。
我们也算是不打不相识啦。以后有什么需要帮忙的，尽管说。
Yes, I hope she sticks with us.
想请你们帮忙，
Oh?
可是帮
Is
韦小
this
姐的
her
文章
case?
补充格致学知识的事。
其实，我是想要找2位侦探进行采访。
Oh no.
采访？
我在筹备一个侦探类的报纸专栏，希望能借此普及逻辑推理。
Promote logical reasoning and science. We love that.
我见到大多数自称侦探的人，几乎都是骗子。
Most people I met claiming to be detectives are almost always frauds. Yikes. Shen is different. He's genuine and a reliable detective. Our little fanboy right here.
所以呀，我很期待能把你们的经历写成报道，让更多人知道。
这个。
沈先生不用有压力。
I feel like that's going to bite us in the behind.
案子，我和先生就是在这艘船上通过一个案子才认识的。
Oh? For some reason, I always...
请展开说说。
I don't know, not as a son, but I figured he was with us for a really long time. Boy, what did you do?
要不还是你来讲吧。
Boy,
那
what
是
did you
2年
do?
前的一个夜晚，我第一次登上山和号。
Flashback! There we go, the title card drop. This is ominous. What happened?
得猜心，当证据排面，了然于凶死，
Don't you know the entire deck is played from memory?
必赢。
Hey, I think I remembered the scene. Didn't this scene show up last chapter? Maybe this chapter's all in the past? I hope. That would be interesting. But then again, last chapter we also got a flashback from when Shen was in Europe trying to figure out his brother, so it'll be interesting if this one was all in the past. If that's the case, then chapter 5 might be whatever comes next, and then chapter 6 might be the final one? I don't know. But she's very pretty. I take one look at her and I really like... She's very pretty. I think I won?
一丈青扈三娘，正本美人去。
What?
果然又是小妹赢了。
Yingzhu was gonna win again, so she's Yingzhu? Yingzhu's on a roll. Gotta stroke of bad luck, better discard this hand for a better one.
明珠是家里的掌上明珠，不止牌院。
Golden child of her family. It's only natural she gets lucky everywhere. Ooh, superstition talk.
一罗，你的运道也蛮好的呀。这局恰好有场小球所，那你
This is sounding... For some reason, this is sounding very suspicious. Like, maybe like she... I don't know, like adopted her? I don't know.
不然你那张孤零零的9万啊，咱手里头出不去了呢。
Otherwise, you'll still be stuck with that 9 of characters card.
大哥，东风也不是人人都能成的，没本事的，泄了风也要被灌在地上。
Not everyone can strike when the iron is hot. Those who are incompetent will only get burned. That's a line.
莲心啊，瞧瞧你二嫂和你小妹，一个会成东风，一个运道好的不得了。
Sister and sister-in-law. One is lucky and the other proactive. Okay, so these guys are all related, I think.
我们俩呀，要小心，不然手中的仇啊，要被2个女人家抢跑呢。
讲什么抢不
There
抢
won't be
的
any snatching,
该
just
是
taking
谁
what
的
is rightfully
就是
ours.
谁的。
大哥，你可以把我的仇拿去，无妨。
Take much as you want, Tumen. I don't mind.
你们瞧瞧，引珠多
Look
小
at
的
that.
长幼有序。
Yingzhu understands respect for seniority. What? Just giving us everything?
难怪阿爷生前最疼他。
Oh, so maybe they're all related. What is going on?
印珠，你把你的仇让给你大哥，也不能薄了你二嫂和你三哥呀。
Our soul. Sango.
我的仇都在这儿，你们要怎么分都行。
These 3 are giving greedy relatives, picking
打趣
on
你的玩
someone
笑
else.
话， 怎么还当真了呢？
Never mind.
愁不愁有什么重要？这牌都是缺的，只是拿来。
也是，万字门的牌少了8张，硬打也没劲，输了又有人要发急。不如玩个别的，让引珠教我们打扑克吧。
Playing poker. I don't know how to play
我哪里
poker.
会打什么扑克牌？
Same.
引珠，你就别再谦虚了。昨天我帮你收拾行李，看到好几副扑克牌呢。
二嫂，你
怎么，出去见了世面，瞧不上我们这些老菜皮啦？
不是的，
碰圈的温还是抽牌扑克，我都会。
Draw poker.
小妹，你只管把牌拿来。
打什么西洋牌啊？胡七八糟的东西。
Us Woos shouldn't be playing
我家
Westerner
人要
games.
守本，阿爷生前也最不惜这些的。
阿爷老古董，你更是旧的像还没出土。
老子，阿爷还没入土，你就急着忤逆他。
Ooh, family drama.
是，大哥讲的对。要我说啊，连马吊都不该打。
我乏了，先回房了。引珠，等下你教我打扑克，大哥走他的本，我还是要学的。
Oh, we were right there.
茶边听隔壁桌的客人们聊天，可真是有趣的经历。
Dinner and a
是吴
show.
德满吴老爷、殷夫人和尹珠小姐，他们都是吴大富的家人。他们的声音太大，打扰到二位了吧？
不，
Oh, this
我
is
的意思是
Joseph. From what I remember,
像我
Joseph
说打牌，
Joseph was the... Who was Joseph again, guys? I think Joseph was... Wasn't he our brother's friend who was also... Was he the medical examiner who was looking after our brother's case? I remember he had a role in that case.
朕叫一个花里有话，眼下之意，弦外之音。约瑟，
You don't remember, you're about to... No, I don't remember either.
哪里，只是最近，我很热衷于体会汉语言的微妙之处，
The subtleties of
尤其
Chinese.
是
Oh.
博大精深的成语。
I think that the worst part about learning a new language is learning about the different
我们的船行到何处了？
little subtleties.
听船长说，前面是龙王庙
Long
水域
King
过
Temple
了
is
龙王
just
庙
up
再
ahead.
行一日，就到目的地了。
Long King Temple.
龙王庙，脸谁啊？快到龙王庙了，你怎么不告诉我呀？
Temples
赶紧让
don't
龙
usually
船长
bode well
派
in
人放鞭
stories.
炮把备好的祭品也拿出来。
祭品？这蒸汽轮上哪有什么祭品？
还有，就是鸡肉、鱼肉、猪头什么的呀。
Talking about chicken, pork,
上船前
fish.
我明明
I
同
told you
意
about this
打
before we came on board.
哎呦，你是不晓得龙王庙龙王的
You don't
厉
know
害
what the
呀！
Long King is
当年
capable
我差
of.
点，
我说了没有？别再讲那些陈词滥调了。
I mean, if you really want fish, you can probably go fishing right now.
我图你讲不通啊！小春公，我刚讲的话你听到了吧？你去同船长讲啊！
Go talk to the shipmaster.
我吗？
Me? Oh, okay.
哦
He's cute. He's adorable.
只知道使唤人。
All you do is order people around. Why don't you go yourself?
我是要在这
I need to stay here and recite the Diamond Sutra to ensure the safety of the ship. I mean, I guess I figured that he was very religious with the things he's holding. I don't know what this is supposed to symbolize. I think this says peace. I think this says... I could be very wrong. I can't read Chinese, but I think that says Ping An. And I'm guessing those are sutra beads.
小娥，你见到好久了吗？
I'll chill.
没有啊，还没在这里。
No, he's not here.
处都找不到
I
他。
can't find him anywhere. He must be hiding somewhere drinking again.
你过来
Helping Uncle Ling.
吴老爷，我帮完灵
I'll
叔
go
就去找
find
罗
Shipmaster Luo once I'm done with helping Uncle Ling. Okay. Amitabha. I can't. Amitabha. According to Guo, they're off to ward off evil spirits. That makes sense. I guess it's kind of like the cross, in a way. Hi Weiss, how you doing? Welcome to stream. John, have you heard about the legends about the Have you heard the legends about the waters of the Lone King Temple?
我不太清楚。
No.
我在报纸上读到过
Read about in the newspaper.
说那里曾
Many
发生过
strange
许多
shipwreck
离奇的沉船
incidents.
事件。
Bermuda Triangle.
我们的邻居似乎就是其中的经
Our
历者。
neighbor seems to be someone who has first-hand experience, so him.
你可以代替我了解一下吗？
Could you learn more about
我
it
突
for
然对
me?
他
I've suddenly developed a keen interest in the matter. I'm already suspicious of everyone. I'm already suspicious of this guy.
当然。看来你又嗅到了案
Seems
件
like you
的
caught
气
the
息
scent of another case.
心有灵犀。
Seeing eye to eye, great minds think alike. Very tired, been a bit of a restless Saturday. Hopefully you can relax now that it's evening. Yeah, hopefully so. Okay. Oh, obituary. Okay, let's start any investigation from here. Miss Wu Ying Chu. Miss Ying Chu. Sorry, I just remembered there's something I need to do. Goodbye. Okay. Newspaper next to Joseph's table. Joseph Iscariot Bell is the new prosecutor of the Shanghai International Settlement. Mr. Joseph will assume office within this month. So he's a higher up. Missing Chu? You're missing me? I missed you too. Incomplete set of Mahjong cards. Only character left is 9 of characters. I'm gonna try to pronounce that. But I think that's a prayer, I think. Mr. Wu, there's something I would like to ask you. Oh, it's Mr. Shen. Go ahead. When you mentioned that... I wonder... So he's gonna start praying as every time this temple is mentioned. That incident was too uncanny and now the ship is filled with mourning. It's much too grim. I just can't talk about it anymore. What happened? What? Something about this case already, having it set in such like a dark area inside inside a boat makes it feel a lot more Detective Conan-y, if that makes sense. Obituary. Obituary on the table. Famous Huizhou tea merchant Wu Aishan passed away in Hangzhou at the age of 78. So if this was the Wu family, this would be the father that they were talking about, I would say. Waters of Lone King Temple have a bad rep. Countless ships capsized, series of bizarre tales have emerged. There's a water monster in the waters. Okay. This time it looks like a white long. Oh, so Lone King. I don't know what the king would mean, but Long is dragon. So their version of the Loch Ness monster? To others, it's an open umbrella with eyes all over. isn't a long a dragon? And then how does that... Interesting. There are also people who have witnessed a glowing disc floating. Wow, we're just getting all the conspiracies. We're getting all the supernatural things. Loch Ness Monster, now UFOs? The Bermuda Triangle, that's what it's feeling like right now. Alien abductions, strange case of missing transport took here as well as... For more information on what happened next, please follow this reporter's next story. Mysterious legends in the water. Missing transport. Like a missing transportation vessel or a missing... import? Export. Clock on the wall. There's a Western clock hanging on the wall. The time is displayed as 9:30. It's getting late. What's that noise? Bell in the engine room. A sound coming from the engine room is typically not a great thing. Uh-oh. Will changing our route affect your appointment? It's my honor to be able to accompany you in bringing Brian back to his home. Oh, so we are currently bringing our brother's remains back home. I see. May his soul rest in peace. Yes. Rest in peace, Brian. There's sweet potato congee emanating a pleasant smell stewing inside the pot. Mr. Shen, I'm preparing a midnight snack. You can come and have a taste later. What have you prepared, Mr. Liangshin? Borscht. Rosemary roast chicken, Welf pudding, paired with a red Bordeaux. That sounds yummy. I don't know what Welf pudding is, but roast chicken sounds really good. Oh! Stargazy pie. No thank you. Perhaps it may trigger your nostalgia for those days and make you miss them like I do. I don't think so. You're too kind, Mr. Liangshin. However, I unintentionally overheard your brother asking about sacrificial offerings. Since there's chicken and fish for dinner, you don't need to worry about him. What's there to worry about? He can starve if he wants to. What's the reason behind your brother's unease towards these waters? This is where our family once lost everything when we were transporting a batch of silver. Oh, so the missing transport was from their family. The dots are connecting. Eventually, none of the dots will connect again. But I'm gonna take pride in the little dots I'm connecting. This is the most UK ass pie you've ever seen. I don't know, I've never had a UK pie. I mean, I've heard of like, what is it, like black and white pudding? Is that UK? I don't know. Man was supposed to escort the goods with the ship, but luckily he was delayed. It is understandable that your brother still harbors concerns from narrowly escaping death. I'm so sick of his bland and banal gibberish. Nowadays, physics is all the rage. Interesting. Having stayed abroad, I'm sure you understand how I feel, right? Oh, we just left him? Ah, it's L. Yangshin, is the shipmaster's sweet potato congee ready? I'll deliver it to him. Why do I have a feeling that he's gonna deliver the congee and he's gonna be dead? It's ready, come and get it. Hey, you, did you go ask about what I instructed you to? What did the shipmaster say? The shipmaster said we don't have any firecrackers on board. What do we do now? I bet you didn't explain the stakes at hand properly. Just tell him that. Never mind, I'll deliver it myself. Master Wu, you're talking too fast. I can't remember everything. How about I accompany you to where Shipmaster Law is? Fine, then give me a second to tell our fortune before we talk to him. Where'd he whip that thing out of? Show me my destiny. The trigons indicate we'll be trapped in water. Terrible fortune awaits. It's hopeless! This is bad, 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 this is bad. Nothing can go wrong, right?
什么情况？
看起来像是电力系统故障。
不，是龙王要来了。
龙王 or Dragon King.
小娥，餐厅中可有电箱？
有，在油画后面，但这里太黑了，不好找。
A few moments later.
沈大哥，电箱在这里。
Circuit box is here.
应该是保险丝烧了。
A fuse has
那
blown.
可麻烦了。我早上听吴大哥说，他刚把最后一个备用换上的呀。
He just replaced the last spare this morning.
何不尝试直接把线路连接
Connect
起
the
来？
wires.
我试试。
沈大哥，要小心啊！
Be careful, Mr. Shun.
把这些保险丝
Connect these fuses according to the positive and negative poles without crossing them.
就能修好电箱了。
Then the circuit box will be repaired. Oh boy! Sorry, what was that? What am I doing? Like that? Huh? Wait, what were the instructions? What were the instructions? Oh, okay. Oh, shoot. Hold up, I think I got it. There we go.
好了，电力恢复了。
Power has been restored. I'm a genius.
阿弥陀佛。
吴老爷，你不是应该感谢沈大哥吗？
要的，总之无
All
事
is
就
good, all is
好，
well.
无事就好。
我就
This is
说
a
不会
sword
有事
cane, I
吧
bet. I bet this is a sword
大家
cane.
放心，山河号是最安全的船了。
The Shanhe is the safest ship.
这又是什么情况？
What's going on?
好像是。
I knew there was going to be a scream. I knew that as soon as the lights came on, there was going to be a scream.
眼珠姐，你还好吧？
True.
银珠姑娘，发生什么事了？
What happened? Okay, it's either Shipmaster Lowell, her sister, or I feel like it's gonna be those two. One of those two. It's either her sister or Shipmaster Lowell. I mean, I guess it could be the first mate.
芳姐，二嫂，
Her sister, I was right. Angel, she's been God.
杀人啦！
I didn't even see that.
很遗憾，他已经没有呼吸了，血液还没凝结。
The
刚死
blood
亡
has yet
不
to
久。
coagulate. She just passed away.
这里发生了命案，麻烦守在门口。
Please guard the
别再让人
doors
进
and not let anyone in.
好，好的。
你死的好惨呀！
What is this? What is that?
究竟
Who in the world could do such a thing?
想要找出
To
凶手，
find the culprit,
就
an
必须
on-site
进行
investigation must be
现场调查。
conducted.
仲，你能配合
Can
我
you
一下？
cooperate with me?
求之不得。
Certainly. Okay. That was... let's start with the bed. 2 books. Oh. So Siri was right. This is a flashback episode. This water pipe on the lower bank. This is probably Madame Ying's bed. A corner of a book is poking out from under the pillow. It's an accounts book. It records and details the various expenses of the Wu family. Oh, is money involved? Closed suitcase placed horizontally by the bed. Cuff of her... What was that? Cuff of her right sleeve is caught in the suitcase. Wait, what are you two doing? A post-mortem examination. The 2 of you are outsiders and men. How could I let you touch my sister-in-law's body? That's very fair. He's a prosecutor from Britain with great accomplishments in medicine. The examination will not hurt her body, but instead help us understand the cause of her death. No reporter screen time. Right? Sorry guys. No reporter when. You can't. It's improper for men and women to touch so casually. Just let Yangtze do it on your behalf then. Mr. Wu, it is obvious that your sister-in-law has been murdered. Unless you want the culprit to remain at large, please remain silent and stay out of the way. John, let's begin. I mean, I understand his take. Okay. First of all, there are some glass shards scattered around the feet of the deceased, one of which is perfectly circular in shape, seeming out of place among the other fragments. Where could this have fallen from? Round piece of glass found near the body. A female corpse, declared legally deceased. I don't think we have the power to do that, but okay. And oh, it's a candlestick! Murder weapon was a copper candlestick. The spikes completely penetrated the body. It was Mr. White. It was Mrs. White in the bedroom with the candlestick. The drip pan on the candlestick is covering the bleeding from the wound. Therefore, the column has not been tainted with blood. So it took 1 strike? What else can I look at? The blood. There are several parallel bloodstains on the ground near the left hand of the deceased. The bloodstains spread out in an outward direction and do not seem to be left by the deceased. Body still warm to the touch and no signs of livor mortis. Just passed away. Hands. A gash on the outer side of the deceased arm that was caused by a sharp object. Defense wound. According to the location of the wound, instinctively blocked the assault with her left arm. Face of deceased is clean and jade on her hairpin is sparkling under the light. A collector's item, okay. You know what's what, huh? Yingzhou's hairpin can't be bought with money. Does this hairpin have a special origin? Silversmith who made it used to work in the palace. The craftsmanship is long lost now. Someone once owed us Wu's a large sum of money, so Yingzhou and I went to collect the debt. Yingzhou immediately fell in love with this hairpin before I could even say anything. I hate to say this, but doesn't this hairpin kind of look like the one that I have? In my hair? Except hers is silver. Anyway. What else is there? The feet. The head of the deceased rests against the bed, yet her foot unnaturally tilts to one side. It's as if the murderer took her life, placed her body down, then kicked her. Did they do so to vent anger? There's probably another reason for this. Okay, I'll be honest. My first thought is that it's Yingzhe who did it. I mean, if the body's still warm, she was the first one there. She could have just, you know, offed her sister and then made a scene, you know? There's a candlestick. There's no blood splurting nearby, but blood is oozing out. When the atrium is impaled, blood flows into the pericardium, resulting in fatal blockage. The entire process happens extremely quickly. The deceased wouldn't even have had time to scream. Murderer seems quite skillful to be able to kill someone in one blow with a candlestick. Long lost sister? I don't think so? Question mark? Okay, kerosene lamp on the ground. Overturned kerosene lamp on the ground. Lampshade already broken. The name Fu is written at the base of the lamp with a brush. Gramophone. Wind up gramophone, slightly damaged. Hanger. There's a woman's coat on the hanger, belongs to Madame Ying. You. Yingzhou, oh Yingzhou, how could this happen? You were alive and well just moments ago, but now you're gone. My condolences, Mr. Tillman. I have a few questions to ask. About the temple. Almost boarding a missing escort ship. Shh. Why is this being brought up again? Madame Ying was murdered when our ship was approaching the waters near the Longqing Temple. Does this seem like a coincidence to you, Mr. Tillman? How do I pronounce this? This doesn't feel right. Tillman? You would know these waters are evil. Evil, I tell you. Whether it's what happened today or back then, it's because we've angered the Longqing. If you could, Mr. Tillman, please tell me about what happened in the past. Entrusted the Yangtze River Escort Agency to transport silver to buy a tea shop. He fell ill. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, I would follow the ship into the stomach of the Longqing. Yingzhou. Has Madame Ying ever been on unfriendly terms with anyone? A knack for running the household, people were bound to be jealous. But I don't think anyone would harm her because of that. Is there anyone on the ship that raises your suspicions? They turned off all the lights like snap, then killed someone with a candlestick. Something under the water must have possessed somebody. Please bless us. Bodhisattva. I'm never able to pronounce this word. Bless us. Bodhisattva? My condolences, Mr. About the woos. About splitting the inheritance. Inheritance. You mean the tea business, the land, and the house our father left behind? Could it be related? Hey, you don't think us woos would kill Yingzhou just for some family property, do you? Us woos aren't heartless profit seekers. I mean, anything can be possible. What was that? Cabinet. Cabinet is locked and cannot be opened. Magnets, coils, ammeters, and many others. Strange objects can be seen placed inside. These are most likely not the belongings of Madame Ying and Miss Ying Chu. Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot that this is supposed to be the case where we meet Ah Fu. There's a small mirror as well as some bottles and jars on the table. Top grade moisturizers and serums. These are all expensive Watson brand cosmetics. Watson. You smell a motive, right? Money. Love and money are the oldest motives in the book.
贝先生，我抓住凶手了。
Oh boy. If it's Ah Fu, I swear. It's Ah Fu.
这不是睡在我上铺的小伙子吗？
凶手就是他，阿福。
Oh no. Why? What did our boy do?
我见到他神色慌张的从二嫂房间跑出来。
Okay, this is a really good image of him.
发现他的手上都是血，
Oh
就
no.
把他扭送过来了。
It looks like his hand is stuck in a jar though.
说，人是不是你
Did you
杀的？
kill her or not?
不说话。
If you won't talk, that means you admit it?
把他丢到江里去祭龙王。
具体怎么处置，得等罗船长。
Shipmaster Luo will decide how to deal with him.
良心，那你先去找个绳子来，把这个杀人凶手绑起来。
等一下，
Objection!
这个少年应该不是杀害殷夫人的凶手。
啊，他不是凶手？
That must be why he doesn't like to write.
你这个样子，讲话是要负责任的呢。
Oh, the good old foreigner talk.
这个小滑头，印堂狭窄。
It's obvious he's a crafty old devil. He looks confused to me. Shocked and confused.
阿福的手上明明都是血啊，为何说他不是凶手呢？
冲，阿福是凶手的可能性微乎其微，原因想必你也发现了吧？
Possibility of him being the murderer is next to none. I have not yet been able to see the entire
不
truth.
用谦虚，
Don't be modest. You already have an answer in your heart.
我尽力。
Should try my best. Oh, great. Brain time!
阿福面色惨白，手上还沾了血。
Pale-faced bloody hand, Afu does appear to be the murderer.
但事实上，
But in fact, there is a crucial detail at the crime scene that contradicts this
与这一推论
deduction.
存在矛盾。
Oh boy. What fact contradicts the conclusion that Afu is the murderer because of the blood on his hands? This. Okay, I got this. Hi, Shocker. Thank you. Thanks for joining stream. I'm gonna say it's this because what did it say? It said because of the stopper, the blood didn't splash out or gush out. So why would there be blood on his hands? So I'm gonna say it's this. This? Yeah, no blood was found on the column, so there should be no blood on Afu's hands.
能证明阿福不是凶手的证据，
Oh my
就
gosh,
是
I'm
插
so
在尸
smart.
体身上的烛台。
Is the candlestick penetrating the body?
沈先生，这个烛台不是凶器吗？
Yes.
怎么反而能证
How
明
does it prove that
阿
Afu
不
isn't
是
the
凶手
murderer?
若要将烛台上的尖钉
Pierce the spikes in the body, the murderer's hand must grip the candlestick, correct? Yeah, to apply force. If Afu was gripping the candlestick when he committed the crime, then why is Afu's right palm stained with blood, yet the candlestick is clean? Yeah, and his other hand is stuck in a jar. What if you clean the blood stains off the candlestick? If Afu cleaned the candlestick, he would have cleaned his hands as well. The candlestick moved on its own and killed her. People who believe in the supernatural when it comes to cases definitely makes cases more interesting. The deceased was killed by a long and thin weapon penetrating the heart. Under these circumstances, blood doesn't spray but oozes instead and is absorbed by clothing. Moreover, with the wax bowl as a barrier, the murderer could keep blood off their hands. The power went out earlier. If it happened when Afu was committing the crime, is it possible that he touched the blood on Yangtze amidst the panic? A decent hypothesis. Did Afu enter the crime scene before the power outage? The evidence that can specify the time is right in front of our eyes. Uh-oh. Evidence indicating the time Afu entered the crime. Okay, I'm stuck on this one, guys. Help. What is the evidence? What is the evidence that proves the time that he entered the crime scene? I want to say that this is, I don't know, like the lens from Afu's glasses. That's why it's circular. But how does that prove the time that the time that he entered the crime scene? Wait, they said that this word here on the lamp is fu, right? Would that be like the fu in Afu? But again, how does that prove time? I think I'm gonna... Or the foot position. Someone accidentally kicked her. Someone, I shouldn't say accidentally, but they said that someone kicked her body, right? It seemed like someone put her down and then afterwards kicked the body. So I'm guessing Afu might have like kicked the body afterwards. So I think I'm actually gonna go with the foot position. So it's either this or this. But I think this will be able to prove the timing of when he was in... Because if he kicked the body, yeah. Yeah, for the time. Because if he entered the if he entered the room after the body was already placed against the bed, and then he accidentally, I don't know, like tripped over her and accidentally kicked her, that would be why the foot is there. Because otherwise, why would the foot be pointed? So I think I'm gonna go with the foot position. Oh, never mind. In that case, maybe this one then. The name Fu is written at the base of the lamp, so I guess Fu for Afu. The other evidence that we have is the lamp that says Fu and the circular piece of this thing, the hairpin on her head, this blood stain here that's going like ding, and this suitcase with her sleeve caught in it. Is it the blood? Would it be the blood? What would the blood mean though? I mean, maybe he was carrying the lamp And he tripped and like fell and went. Whee! Did he step in it? Yeah, maybe he fell, dropped to the lamp, and then smeared the blood? So that makes sense because it would mean the glass of the lamp is the thing that's caught on his hand. He could have dropped the lamp in shock of seeing the body. I would assume that this is his lamp. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with the lamp then.
能表明阿福进入
Oh,
现场时
nice!
正是他摔碎在房间中的这盏煤油灯。停电，才有使用煤油灯的必要。
Kerosene lamp was needed precisely because of the power outage. Oh, I didn't even think about that. He had the lamp. Okay.
也就是说，
Which means that Afu entered the crime scene after the power outage.
要是阿福进屋，
If Afu entered the room after the power went out,
当时
at the time he held the lamp in his right hand
而左手
and his left was stuck in a strange device,
那确实不太方
then
便
it
再拿出台
wouldn't
上
be easy for him to get a candlestick and commit.
那
If it wasn't Afu, then why are his hands covered in blood, huh?
怎么有血呢？
Then again, as a man, what was he doing running into a woman's room?
架到屋里头做什么？
Good job, guys! Afu. Are you okay? Your eyes are looking a little
面色苍白
pale-faced,
浑身
trembling
颤抖
body, sweating
看着
profusely.
报
These are all typical
这些都是
symptoms
典
of
型的
fear.
恐惧症状。各位，
I'm afraid Afu has been rendered speechless due to vasovagal syncope.
至于他
syncope.
手上沾血的
The
原
reason
因
why he has bloodstained hands, Madame Ying has already told us.
叶总，
仲，不如由你来提示一
Why
下
don't you
吴
give
先
me-
生吧。
Okay. I think I got it, right? He comes into this room with the lamp. You know that cabinet, the locked cabinet that had all those like engineering thingies that they said wasn't like any of the girls? He probably went inside to get something to, you know, like get that device off of his hands. There was no power, so he brought this in. And then, I don't know, like he's carrying this and then he trips over the body, crashes onto the ground, maybe like just smearing the blood everywhere like Sire said. And then because he fell, this thing came from his glasses, the lens from his glasses. And he freaked out and he went running. I'm guessing. Let's see if that's right. What caused blood on Afu's hands? This. Several parallel blood stains on the ground near the left hand of the deceased, extending outwards.
阿福也许是在不知情的情况下，
Unknowingly touched the left arm of the deceased by chance.
阿福手上的血
Without a doubt, the
来
blood
源
on
于叶
Afu's
子
hands
身上
belonged to Madame Ying.
地上的血
He most
和
likely
应该
created
是
the
他
bloodstains
造成
on the floor as well.
不过
However,
如果
if you
想要
want
说服
to
两位
persuade the
吴
two
先
Mr.
生
Woos,
还
you
需
need
要
to go
更
the
多
extra mile.
因此
What?
我们真正要回答的是
The reason why Afu touched the body. Because he tripped? Because I'm going... If I go with like the whole he tripped thing.
臭，
Oh.
你需要再呕
Sweat blood and think harder? You didn't see? What? What caused the blood on Afu's hands? Help! What caused the blood on Afu's hands? Okay, the glass cut him is possible, but what's his name? Joseph just confirmed that the blood is Madame Yin's. It's just how did it get on his hands? And I was gonna say like maybe he tripped and fell onto the blood and went whoosh, you know? But I don't know how to prove that. If the glasses are his, the glasses also his. Try to pick up the lamp in the dark? Should I go with that? Glass shards? Hi LP! Not too bad. Just wringing my brain out trying to figure this out. Would it be the glass? Kerosene glass. His glasses, maybe? Glass shards scattered on the floor, including a distinct circular piece unlike the others. Sure, let's go with this. One of the lenses missing from Afu's glasses landed next to Madame Yin. That's an answer right as rain. When considering the position of possible light sources inside the cabin after a power outage, can be easily inferred. After entering the room, he accidentally tripped over the body on the ground, thus breaking the kerosene lamp and his glasses. Oh, poor guy. When crouched down to look for his glasses, he touched the blood on the deceased's clothes. The blood then triggered his phobia. And the culprit is someone else. That's exactly what we're saying. They're not gonna believe it, are they? Sir, the more you complain that it was the Long King, the more suspicious you seem to be. The candlestick moved on its own. The Long King is after our lives. The concern is misplaced. An unreasonable detail near the body indicates someone besides Afu entered the crime scene. Point out the evidence suggesting someone else entered the room after the murder. Okay. It's gotta be either the foot or the sleeve. The foot proves that someone entered in because they kicked it, but we already know that that was Afu. So I'm gonna say it was the suitcase, because her sleeve is stuck in the suitcase. A closed suitcase lies beside the bed, trapping the right sleeve of Madame Yin's arm. The unreasonable detail is the suitcase. This means after Madame Yin was stabbed and collapsed, someone closed the suitcase. Yes, people can. Whoever closed it must have noticed her body. This person is not Afu, otherwise he would not have tripped. It also was not Madame Yin, or else there would be bloodstains on the suitcase. It must be the murderer. But why would the murderer deliberately close the suitcase after committing the crime? There's something inside? May we open the suitcase? Yes. No, you can't. You mustn't open it. Dude, who knows what Yinzhou stashed away in that suitcase? I mean, she's dead, so she doesn't get a say. What if it brings misfortune upon us as well? Don't mind this old fogey. Investigations are more important. Open it. There's something missing here immediately. 2 clothes, box of jewelry, purse, and some cards in the suitcase. Yes, highly suspect the fact that
这里有一处压痕，
there's an indentation here.
似乎有什么
And
东
then
西
what
被
is
拿走了
this?。Something seems to have been taken.
难道船上有江道？
Pirates on the ship?
箱中的金银细软还在，不是江盗所为。
Valuables inside the suitcase are still present. It was not the doing of pirates.
中，刚才我们调查房间时，
Did
见
you
到过
see
相
anything
同
of
形
the
状。
same ship?
桌子上的香水瓶，
Perfume bottle has the same shape as indentation. This one?
死者身上有
The
花香，
fragrance on the deceased
很可
suggests
能
that
在
this
案发
may
前
not
有
have
香
been
水，
the doings of the
故而
murderer.
为
所以
Therefore, what's even more noteworthy?
是这张麻雕
This is a mahjong card. Yes, I just pointed that out. Card found at Madame Yin's crime scene shows the 8 of characters.
8万所成啊！我们刚才打的马
We
吊
were
牌
missing
去了
8 mahjong cards
咋8
earlier.
万在这里？
What are the 8 of characters doing here? Oh?
偷牌了呗。哎呀
But why?
这个人也是，打个马吊都要出老千。
不对，
No, wait.
这个箱子不是二嫂
Suitcase
的，
isn't Yinzhou's. It looks like Yingchu's.
箱子里衣
The
服
clothes in the
还有桌上
suitcase and the
那瓶香
perfume on
水
the table all
都
belong
是
to
小妹
Yingzhu.
的东西。
See, I was right to be kind of suspicious of her.
引珠，
小娥，能让尹珠小姐进来一下吗？
贝先生，
Child.
尹珠姐被这里的景象刺激到了，状况不太好，要不要让她先休息一下？
可以，正好阿福也需要休息。我们过一会儿再询问他们。
Question later.
好，不过这房间
This
这样吧，
room, Yingchu and Afu
我
can
送小
rest
妹和
in
阿福
Tillman's
回大哥
room
的房
since
间
he'll
休
be
息。
worshipping the Lone King.
保证今晚大哥
That
要把
sounds like a
你
subtle
忘了
dig at him.
哎呀，祭品的问题还没解决呢。
Okay, I just
贝先生
Yes.，
那殷夫人要怎么
with
办？
Madame Yin.
最好能将尸体移去船上温
Preserve
度
the
最
body
低
at
的
the
地
lowest
方保
temperature
存，
so we can conduct
以
the
便
follow
后
up
续的尸
autopsy.
检。
温度低的地方，船员室
Is
可
the
以吗？
crew cabin okay?
好建议。
I like that kid. He's very cute. The killer could be any one of us. This is
小娥，刚才多亏了你，否则下楼梯的时候，我就把殷夫人摔地上。
that would have been kind of funny, not gonna lie.
沈大哥别客气，
There's no need for that, Mr. Shen. I only did what I should. Besides, Madame Yin barely weighs anything. It was
没费什么
effortless.
力气。
This kid's stronger than us.
沈大哥，
Where are you off to investigate next, Mr. Shen? I'll lead the way.
那就有劳小娥。
I appreciate it. Can I move? Yes. View from the bow. Do you trust me? Fog at night covers a wide span. Visibility is but mere meters. Our ship seems to be sailing within endless darkness. Do you hear that? What is that sound? The foghorn? The thumping and clanging up ahead. There's... I don't hear the thumping and clanging. Yes. I know, it was a sound of gongs and drums. Why would they be sounding gongs and drums in the middle of the night? It was Ruko. No, it was not me. Titanic reference, yes. It means our ship has reached the Lone King Temple. Oh, look, the lights are showing up. Today is Long Head Raising Day, February 2nd. They'll hold festive events to worship the Lone King. Cockpit. My cabin, steam valve. Are you looking at the paddle wheels? They're different from the paddle wheels I often see while studying abroad. Designed and handmade by two Lord Su. Ying Chu and Madame Ying's cabin. Tumen and Afu's cabin. Dining hall entrance. Paper charm at the stern. There's a paper charm attached to the stern of the ship. When the Lone King appears at midnight, may the golden light protect me. That was totally Tumen, wasn't it? Oh. The second line seems to be taken from the Taoist golden light mantra. It's the handwriting of Master Wu. Highly likely, however, I've never heard of the saying the Lone King appears at midnight. It seems like someone's trying to make it seem like it's the Lone King, you know, like killing someone and then making it seem like it's a supernatural being and not them. Okay, where should I go? Where should I go first? Let's go crew cabin. The door leads to the crew cabin. There's no need to go down there for now. We just came out. Okay. Cockpit. I'm the killer and solves the other murder. Is a killer that solves other murders as a hobby? No. Nothing like this has ever happened on my ship before. Have you checked everywhere? Are there any traces of pirates boarding the ship? No sign of pirates, and no one has lost their belongings. Both believe that this is a murder case. Just in time, Mr. Shen is here. In order to ascertain Madame Yin's murder as soon as possible, I must investigate the cockpit. Please forgive me for any offense. Feel free to investigate. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. Love it. Engine telegraph. Adjust the ship's speed. I heard that shipmate Hao Chiu has gone missing. Haven't seen him since Yingzhou's incident. Do you think he did it? Hao Chiu, have we heard that name? I don't think I've heard that name yet. No, wait. Hao Chiu was the engineer, right? The one who called L over? Don't be so sure. The guy's a drunkard and a lecher. He offended Yingzhou not too long ago. Ugh, a perv. Disgusting. What happened? At the time, Yingzhou had just boarded the ship and asked Hao Chiu to help carry her things. Not only didn't he help a lending hand, he ogled her the whole time, then got told off. Refused to repent and kept insisting Yingzhou looked like the wife he never got to marry. What? I shooed him away. But then the simper he had on his face back then, now that I think about it, it was really suspicious. It was the ship. That's kind of scary. Shanhe. How long have you been on the Shanhe, Master Luo? I have been related to the ship for most of my life. The ship used to be called the Anqing, the first steamship us Chinese designed and built. It's even older than the famous Huanghu, but not many people know that. When this ship was built, I was only 15 and worked at the Anqing Ordnance Institute. I feel like I'm reading all of this and none of it's... Have you guys ever had that where you read something and you can read it but you're not comprehending? Because I don't know what the Ordnance Institute is. I watched Su Shou and his son Shu Qianying build the ship piece by piece. All the pistons and screws on the ship were handmade by Su Shou. Su Qianying and I hammered the boiler in the engine room together bit by bit. Coincidentally, ship was renamed Shanhe and I became the shipmaster. More important to me than anything, so please find the truth. Hateful. There's a cabinet in Madame Ying's cabin filled with Afu's things. Afu used to stay at the cabin in the middle. Who would have known Madame Ying found her cabin too small and insisted on a bigger one? He's a kind-hearted kid, so he voluntarily gave up the cabin to them. You seem to know quite a lot about Afu. You can say that. I watched Afu grow up. He used to come and play when he was shorter than the rudder. Now he calls this place home. Aw, that's cute. A lot of small installations on the Shanhe were made by him. Although Afu is staying in the guest room, he is actually a crew member? How could he be a crew member? He has a deep connection with the ship. Oh, he's a young master. Can't go into details. Shipmaster, it's the first time I heard you talk about this as well. If it weren't for Mr. Shen, I almost tied Afu up as the murderer. There's absolutely no way Afu could ever kill anyone. Don't hesitate to ask. Okay, no more questions for him. Map laid out on the desk on which a compass, a sextant, and a telescope are placed. Navigation log records the course, speed, position, weather, and tidal currents. Arrived at Chunyang at... what is that? What is this, like 10? No. 8:50? Command to accelerate, proceed at full speed. Entered the waters of the Lone King Temple at 9:30. Decelerate, slowly advance. Power outage occurred. I'm not gonna remember any of these times, guys. At 10:10. And power was restored at 10:20. Information that may be useful, I need to record it. Okay. Food container by the table. Doesn't he make notes of all this? Yes, but I also like thinking about it while I'm going through things. But I don't think I'm gonna be able to. Liangshin, can I ask you a few questions? Madame Yin, ever had any grudges? Quite obstructive and a bloodsucker, so she made her fair share of enemies. Oh, that's a bloodsucker? What is this Twilight happening? What in the Twilight? But also, what does that mean? Like, does she mean like she sucks people dry of like money? However, none of those people are on this ship. Who do you think has the most motive to kill her? Make my own notepad? Oof. Wu Temen. He's very sus. Master Wu? They might seem friendly with one another, but they've had an ongoing strife for years. That's kind of how I felt in the very beginning when they were just talking while playing cards. It felt like they were just like giving each other digs. Main conflict between them has always been the family business. The motive! The motive. Second oldest brother died young, but Yingzhou had a son with him, and she got business talent. Even as the eldest son, Temen didn't stand a chance against her. Looking for ways to deprive Yingzhou's family of inheritance rights. How would he be able to do so? There's a myriad of rules in big families. For instance, if a woman engages in public or immoral behavior, she'll lose her right of inheritance. As far as I know, Yingzhou does what she pleases in secret, but Temen never caught her. Didn't expect him to go so far. I'm a bit worried about the safety of my nephew. Madame Ying's family loses inheritance rights, then your inheritance would increase. Me? Yingzhou and I are above. Yingchu and I are above bickering with those two. Wait, so what is his family tree, guys? Okay. So Master Wu, Mr. Religious Suspicions guy, head of the family. He's likely the youngest brother. They had another brother in the middle, so there's Master Wu. There's like another brother. There's first mate Wu. And then second brother marries Yingzhou, the victim, and they had a son. Who's Yingchu again? Is Yingchu like also part of the main Wu family? Like, is she like down here? That's like the youngest sister? But Yin makes me think that she's more related to Madame Yin. So maybe she's Madame Yin's sister? And also, who's the nephew? Is the nephew Afu? Why did you come to serve as first mate of the Shanghe? Although the Wus are very well known for being tea merchants, I'm more of a coffee person. That's so real. Mr. Lianshan, I wonder where your aspirations lie. I'm sure, Mr. Shen, you have definitely read Around the World in 80 Days. I've heard of that. I want to be like Fogg and travel the world, see the sights, eat delicious foods, and enjoy life. Man, I feel like it could be anyone. You get the names mixed up. Ying Chu and Ying Zhou, I'm guessing those two are sisters because of the yin. Because the thing with Asian names is that I feel like within families they try to keep it very similar. Or maybe the yin just means it's the last name, I don't know. You can solve murders, but you draw the lines at making Asian family trees. That's so relatable. Okay, I think I'm done here. Oh, speaking tube. Which rooms are connected by speaking tubes? Two adjacent to the rudder are connected to the dining hall and engine room. There are 3 more next to the cabin doors that connect 3 cabins. Hi Al. Welcome to stream. Making sick understanding of the situation in the cockpit. Sorry for my intrusion. Don't be so courteous. You're doing me a favor. Oh. Oh. Did the ship just strike a reef? Where would you find a reef on a river? What just fell? Swear if that was like another body or something, that's terrifying. It looked like a person. Oh! Oh! The body of a crew member. He's been dead for some time. What the heck? That's how... How could this happen? Oh my god, I hate myself. How could this happen? Examine the body first. What the heck? He's been dead for some time. He was still alive at around 10... What is it? I don't remember. I don't remember the times anymore. But anyways, head. Abrasion on the forehead, noticeable lump in the cranial region. Wound caused by the fall is consistent with the position the deceased landed. However, it is quite strange that the lump is white instead of the usual reddish brown. Bruises caused by falling after death are pale in color. Face. Signs of swelling, congestion, and cyanosis on the deceased face. deceased's mouth reeks of alcohol, proving he drank a large amount before death. A large amount of vomit left in the deceased's mouth. He may have choked to death. This is starting to feel a lot more like Case Closed. You know, Detective Conan, Case Closed. There seems to be a piece of paper inside this pile of broken glass. Is that another Mahjong card? Yes! This is another Mahjong card. Nine of characters. What were they saying about the 9 of characters? Ah! Thanks. Large areas of livor mortis have emerged on the legs, appearing purplish red in color. Diffused with petechiae in prominent areas. Patches of livor mortis are starting to blend, which means he died more than 3 hours ago. What time is it right now? What? Upper limbs. Left hand fingers are stiff, with livor mortis on the arm, holding half a bottle of liquor in his right hand. Muscles in lower jaw, neck, and upper limbs all show signs of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis has yet to spread. Time of death around 4 to 6 hours ago. Oh my goodness. Time of death is between 4 to 6 hours. Appears to have choked to death. What time is it? Has 4 to 6 hours already passed since we last saw him? Is this guy even the engineer? I'm so lost. According to the stiffness and lividity of his body, Hao Chu was killed 4 to 6 hours ago. Cause of death, mechanical asphyxiation. He was strangled to death. Strangulation is only one of them. It's more likely his death was caused by choking. Alcoholic, it makes sense to me that he choked on his vomit after drinking. Could this have been an accident? Without knowing what was in the wine, we cannot rule out the possibility someone was involved. We also found this Mahjong card next to Hao Chu. Hard not to associate his death with the death of Madame Yun. Too coincidental for Master Wu's Mahjong card to appear at the murder scene. Could it be that there really was something between old Hao and Madame Yun? Matters are trickier than I imagined. Perhaps this is all just the beginning. We need to complete investigations of the whole ship as soon as possible. Holy cow! Does this ladder lead to the top of the cockpit? That's right, Mr. Shen. Fell from the roof of the ship. We should go up and take a look. Vomit marks. From a while ago, it's already begun to dry. Really did drink to his heart's content. Oh dang, he drank a lot. 5 empty wine bottles and 2 distinctive bottles. Imported liquor. Also Watson. It's cola water, a type of soda. It tastes really good. Bro, are you drinking our evidence? Wow. You'll be happy as the day is long. You want a taste of happiness too? No, but thank you for the offer. Okay. Can we go down here? Okay. My cabin? Should I enter for investigations? Go investigate. It does taste good after all, right? Oh. Oh, whose teddy bear is this? Is this mine or is this Joseph's? I don't know. Something about like one of us having this cute little teddy bear with the little dress. That's adorable. I sleep on the upper bunk while Joseph takes a... So this is Joseph's teddy bear. Aww. How could something so cute appear on Mr. Joseph's bed? Belongs to Joseph's daughter. He asked Joseph to keep it by his side. That's so cute. Oh, that's my brother. What's inside this jar? It contains my brother's ashes. I made this trip so I can bring him back home. My condolences. Here, hold up. Coins on the floor. You dropped your money. This does not belong to me. However, it looks quite familiar. I must have seen it before. Guangzhou currency. 2 books titled The Great Qing Code and The Spirits of Laws on the side table. So those are his books. The red wine Joseph left on the table is missing. How could it be missing? I'm afraid someone has visited this room in secret. Ah, so that... The bottle of red wine is the only thing missing, right? Nothing else? No, nothing else. That's strange. Who would steal Mr. Joseph's wine? Someone came in, stole Joseph's wine, and dropped their coin? Oh, look at all those talismans. He's making his sacrificial offerings. Work along with some pig ear and snout to pay our respect. Where is he getting...
就请消了这水里的血光吧。
吴老爷，你是在祈福吗？血
Blood, there's blood in the water.
你们无知，不敬龙王要遭报应啊！
Was that not coming from the pork? Where's this? Oh my gosh, are they all slow? Are they all slowly gonna... What? But where am I supposed to find offerings? Do not panic. A finless porpoise has collided with the boat. Must have been the cause of the collision that made Hao Chu's body fall from the roof.
原来是这样，可怜的江豚。
All this does seem like a lot of things are happening right now. Holy cow. Okay, we are gonna... Let's hit up this cabin.
眼珠姐，阿福哥，沈大哥要来屋里调查一下。
Hello, Mr. Shen. His glasses still missing the lens.
气色看起来好多了。
Are you still speechless?
你还是不能说话吗？ 这可怎么办？你该
Oh no, what if you'll never be able to speak again? I think I mentioned before, but I really do love him. Painting and paper charms. Paper charms on all 4 corners of the top bunk and a portrait hanging at the end. The Long in this painting looks so scary. Could it be the Long King? Could it be the Long King has been on the ship all this time, hiding in this painting? It's a replica of the 9 Longs from the Song Dynasty, not the Long King. There's a piece of balled up paper. Mr. Wu, the 5,000 taels of silver you borrowed are more than 2 months overdue. Motive. If you still can't pay it back before the end of the month, I can only come and claim it. Master Wu owes money. And he's in an inheritance dispute with Yangtze. But who wrote him that? Who does he owe money to? And, suspicious. The lower bunk is a pastry similar in color and shaped to peach blossoms. Victory cake, a snack from southern China. Miss Yingchu, are you feeling better now? Sure, I guess. Still can't believe that Yingzhou she was... Miss Yingchu, don't think back on it or else you'll feel bad again. Yeah. There's still a few questions I need to ask you about Madame Yin. Has she ever had grudges with anyone? No idea because she's been studying abroad. How was her relationship with you three? Tuman and Yingzhou have more frequent contact. Liangxin, like me, doesn't come home often. I've only heard Liangxin say that Yingzhou and Tuman have some grudges. What kind? Nothing. Look, she has mahjong cards. I'm not involved in money-related issues. There's still... Why did you suddenly leave the dining hall? I didn't like the mood at the mahjong table. I couldn't catch my breath. Her asthma would relapse, so I went back to my room to take the medicine. Was Madame Yin still inside the room? Yes, she was. Then did you see anyone suspicious? My chest felt stuffy, so after I took my medicine, I went to the bow of the ship for some air. There's still a few... okay. Oh, hey! He got the device off his arm. Okay, my current thoughts right now is that Tuman, Master Wu, I'm just gonna call him Master Wu, is suspicious. He currently, according to others, has like the most grudge against Yingzhou. But he was with us when she was allegedly murdered. And then the first mate, I think his most suspicious thing is the way that he keeps pointing the finger at Master Wu. You know, like the whole, he had grudges with her. He had the inheritance like dispute with her. And then according to Yingchu, he was the one who told her about that grudge. So that's kind of sus. And then her most suspicious thing is the mahjong cards. Like, what's the deal with that? It's one of those cases where the most suspicious guy probably isn't. That's what I'm feeling. There's a hand-drawn blueprint for what seems like a fish tank on the desk. A strangely shaped ruler and several issues of the Chinese scientific magazine. It's a caliper. Rows of test tubes, 2 balls of reagents, and some apparatuses against the wall. What's this device with a crooked neck? That is a microscope. That's absolutely magical. Are you trying to tell us that this device is very delicate and needs to be treated with care? Ah. I understand. We will be careful. Afu looks like he has something to say. Is this really what happens when you're like stunned speechless? You saw someone suspicious? You said he's not human? What? Allow me to take a look. Also, please soak this tweezer in hot water and dry it with a clean cloth. What is going on? Please open your mouth wide. Oh, did you get something what? There is a slight dislocation of the hyoid bone. What? Does this actually
大
happen?
哥，给。
阿福，保持现在的姿势，再慢慢把舌头
Then
往
slowly
外
stick out your tongue.
别动。
Hold still. That's terrifying.
疼疼疼疼疼！
Is he just sticking that tweezer down his throat to remove a bone?
我可以说话了，
I can speak now.
先生，你是怎么做到的？太
How'd
神奇
you
了
do that? That's amazing.
你帮了我2次。
You rescued me 2 times. How can I ever thank you?
不必客气。
刚刚在船舱里，
Inside the cabin, I was so dizzy I couldn't speak at all.
还好先生。
Thank goodness you spoke up for me. Otherwise,
小鹅，你在
what's making you laugh?
没什么啦。
我
How come I'm speaking with a lisp?
你刚才是惊吓过度导致的舌骨脱位。
You dislocated your jaw from excessive fright.
现在虽
Does
然
that
通过外
happen?
力将舌骨复位了，
It actually
但肌肉
happened?
还没有完全恢复。
The muscles have not.
那
What do we do?
不必过度担心。
There's no need to worry too much. I had a similar experience when I was a child. Just rest.
好的好
That's
的，
terrifying. Okay, Shanks.
你需要我
Do you
参
need
与
me to
调查
join
吗
the investigation? I'll tell you everything I know.
不急，你先好好休息。银珠姑娘也是，
Same goes for you, Miss Yangtze.
若没有通知，
Do not leave the cabin. Okay. Perfect impersonation? Thank you. I think that was the best I've ever done reading. I've investigated all I could. We should go see if Joseph is in need of our assistance.
这，你们来的
Perfect timing.
帮忙把好久
Help me
的事
carry
情
Hao Chu's
也帮
body
到
into
这
the
边是吧
crew cabin as well.
好的，
Oh, dang.
等一等，
Something here seems peculiar. Oh no.
沈大哥，你别吓我。
尸体有变化，
There's a change on the body. Someone tampered with it. What?
头发，
Her hairpin.
殷夫人的头发怎么变长了？
What? No way it grew longer. Yo, guys, I'm actually getting kind of spooked here.
殷夫人她该不会还没死吧？
Guys, I'm actually getting spooked here.
难道吴老爷说的是真的？
不会是鬼神作祟。
We're natural narrow, but what exactly is going on?
是发簪，
Her hairpin.
殷夫人的发簪被人
Someone
偷
has
走。
stolen her hairpin.
所以她的头发才会散下来。
Okay, I figured.
变长
I was like, her hair's down. That's why. And then they were like, the hair grew. And I was like, no way.
发簪
Did someone steal her hairpin?
你是死混的，你揉这个发簪啊，有钱都买不着。打造他的银匠，可是在宫里当过差的，现在手艺都失传了。
但那根发簪做工精良，不排除有人起了贪念。
We're gonna act with
沈大
greed.
哥，你说会不会是凶手偷的？
But who could have been?
有这个可能。若是凶手偷的，发簪上很可能藏有重要线索。小娥，点亮灯。我们
We'll
得仔细
really
调查一下
investigate the crew
盗走
cabin.
发簪的人。
The person who stole the hairpin might have left traces within the room. Oh, what the heck? This is actually kind of sick. Notebook. Notebook with a pen at the foot of the bed. Travels of Liang is written on the title page with illustrations of a ship with wings. Dense and scribbled handwriting. In 1957, Liang boarded a flapping winged airship named the Thunderous Dawn. In search of clues to evolve into the perfect man, he began his journey across the world. Didn't know Liang Shen was writing a novel. Huh? Mr. Shen, there are 2 pieces of paper inside. The first piece of paper reads Global Travel Plan and marks the route on a scribbled map. The second piece of paper roughly calculates the expenses of traveling across the globe. I mean, Liang Shen did say that he wanted to travel. You know, like travel, eat good food and all that. What does global travel mean? I mean, why does it cost so much? Just borrow and read Liang Shen's book Around the World in 80 Days and you will know. Her bunk. 2 empty wine jars and garbage on the bed. A pillow and bedding are also a mess. Without a doubt, the bunk belongs to Hao Chu. Reason for his alcoholism? The bride smiled brightly on her wedding day. The Long King came and swept her away. Cruel fate, this must have been something that he personally experienced. No wonder he always said this nursery rhyme was set up for him. Did he have a fiance or like someone he loved and she was washed away? Dang. Oh hey, New Zealand. Lower bunk is tidier than the upper bunk, belongs to first mate Wu. Map of the world drawn over with circles and dots hanging on the... No, I think that's fine. Around the map are some posters and postcards depicting scenic spots from various regions. A few books including Around the World in 80 Days and the Travels of Marco Polo. This is terrifying. And Madame Yoon's hairpin has been stolen with her hair loose. The body seems a bit terrifying. That's what I said. Other than that, nothing else is out of place. Wrinkled paper. Several scattered pages behind the ladder. They appear to be wrinkled. Drinking at night below deck I stayed. Waking at dawn, my work is delayed. If that's the state that has come to pass, why not just go? Pour another glass. An empty stomach saved last night's wine. Leaves me sad, so I cry and I whine. I'll spend all of my money on booze. Tomorrow morning, I'll still hit snooze. Is this poem written by Hao Chu? Yeah, he'd like to write stuff like that when he's bored. There's no mess on the bunk at all. The bed is made perfectly neat and in order. This used to be Shipmaster Loa's bunk. He gave it to me after I came on board. How does he rest? He stays in the wheelhouse. Bedding wrinkled but tidy. Newspaper clippings on the wall. Uncle Ling's bunk. He enjoys reading the newspaper during his free time. Magic Troop faces crippling financial crisis. Shanghai trip becomes a swan song trip. Good reputation out the door. Commercial sea legends no more. Another strange case on the waters of the Long King Temple. Escort ship gone missing. Hey, this person looks really cool. She's pretty. Let me record this. Joseph might be interested in the contents of the newspaper clippings. So all of these newspaper clippings have something to do with the Wu family, it seems. Nothing unusual about Hao Chu's body. We just moved him down here. Pillow. Something under the pillow. Yellow coat skirt embroidered with several ducks. Uncle Ling has been sewing for several days. He won't let us look at. Who could this meticulously sewn women's coat skirt be made for? Uncle Ling had a daughter, but she passed away a few years ago. Her death anniversary was soon. Maybe it's an offering for her. Oh, that's sad. Do these sodas belong to you? Actually, Liang Xing brought them on board. Hehe, I just absolutely love drinking cola water, so I made a deal with him. Bro just keeps pulling that out of nowhere. Every time I help Liang Xing wash the vegetables or do the dishes, he gives me a bottle.
沈大哥，发现与盗发三吃人有关的线索了吗？
目前没有发现外人进入船员室的迹象。 所找到的，基本都是船员的生活。
Pieces of the crew's life.
那会不会是？
这个铃声
It's ringing. I heard it earlier in the dining hall as well.
沈大哥，
It's the sound of the engine telegraph. The shipmaster wants to adjust the ship's speed.
等林叔
It'll
操
stop
作一
ringing
下
once Uncle Ling handles it.
为何迟迟
Why
没有
has there yet to be any response?
老林，你在里面吗？
Uh-oh. Don't make this 3. Please don't make this 3.
开门，是我，小鹅。
情况不对，破门进去
Oh
看看。
no. Oh no. What?
救救林叔吧，他流了好多血。
Huh?
很遗憾，
He's what?
怎么会这样？林叔，
老林尸体的附近
I didn't expect 3 either. And a 3rd mahjong card.
这已经是
Huh?
发生的第
This is
3
already the 3rd homicide that's occurred on the ship.
是谁？为什么？好久是最早死亡的，他的身边出现了
9,
接下来是因此
8,
第3个死亡的是老林，
7.
拿掉牌。
Seems to be counting down.
这个当当声实在吵闹，令人无法思议。小娥，你知道怎么关掉声？
Hold up. Hold up.
得调整蒸汽缸旁的车重。
I'm not. You can't be out here. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, who do we have? We have Shen, and it can't be us. There's Joseph. I mean, it could be Joseph, but I kind of don't think that it's him. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's probably not him, considering I think we're still referring to him as a friend in current day. So I have a feeling it might not be him. Who else is there? Shipmaster Law. What do we think about Shipmaster Law? So far, my feeling about Shipmaster Law is that he's a neutral party. So, it can't be Afu because Afu is with us, like even on present day. L's been with us this entire time. So that really just leaves the Wu family, right? Yangtze, first mate, and Master Wu. And yeah, what are they? Why the calling cards? Why? What are they counting down to? Okay, hold on. No. This should be the engine telegraph.
这个设备看起来
It
有
seems
些复
quite
杂。
complicated.
沈大哥，那个黄色指针是船长想要的
Yellow
速度。
counting at the speed Shipmaster
指针
wants.
指向了微速前进。
Pointer indicates dead slow head. Why'd they have to use the dead slow?
调到同样的位置，再
Then
拉
pull
一
the
下
top
底部的
lever.
拉杆。
Adjust the handle.
你操作好之
Press
后，
and the speed
车
will
钟就
be
不响
adjusted and
了。
the bell will stop ringing. What?
刺耳的当当声
Your piercing
总算停止。
clanging has finally stopped.
接下来得好好调查一下。
Carefully investigate the
沈先
speed.
生，怎么麻烦你
How
来
come
调
you're
整
the one
车重
adjusting
了？
the engine?
老林呢？
Where's Old Ling? Well, I hate to tell you this, but
船长，林叔他
and look, he was killed the same way as Yingzhou too. You know, see, look at the way he's just sitting there, and then
车中迟迟无人响应，贝先生提醒我下来看看。哎，
周，现场情况怎么样？
我也是刚到现场。
I've just arrived at
那就
scene.
一起调查吧。
Let's investigate together then. What the heck? Okay, that's the dining hall. There's still a few questions I would like to ask you. Don't hesitate to ask. Old Ling, how did you and Old Ling get to know each other? He used to frequent the ship, then he fell on hard times and stayed on board to work. Oh yeah, his... Oh my gosh. He used to be a guard for his family, but when his daughter caught a strange disease, he left the woods in search of a cure. Even after spending all his money, he still lost his child. That's why the trials are... Oh my gosh. Motive. Martial artist, he must have made a few enemies back in the day when he traveled the land, but I can't think of anyone on the ship who would want to kill old Ling. He's closed off, he doesn't talk much to anyone except for Elle. He hired Elle to work in the engine room, but old Ling wouldn't let him touch the steam engine. He only gave her... Wait, Elle's a female? I'm so sorry, Elle. I thought you were a boy. He only gave her simple jobs like working the engine telegraph, protecting her like his own. Don't... Like father and... I'm so sorry. I thought Elle was a little boy. Anyways, Elle is now a little girl. You said that old Ling and Elle were like father and daughter? Yes, Elle has been a child suffering from a cruel fate. Her parents both dead, and she was almost maimed for theft after old Ling saved her. She was a good kid. After finding out she stole to pay back her parents' debt. Helped her pay off the debt, brought her on board to work on the ship. Oh, that's tragic. It adjusts the cylinder's airflow and the steam turbine rotation rate. Meters on both sides of the valve. The pointers are vibrating slightly. I don't know what that means. Seems to adjust the airflow. Valve is fully opened. Pointer also... I don't know what that means. Strange feeling about this. Something seems peculiar. Only you could operate such a complex steam turbine properly. Rotating gear. Powered by the steam engine are rotating rapidly. Center of the bull gear is a transmission shaft connected to the paddle wheels outside. Okay, hold on. Let me see what I have here. Wu family seems to know something about the legends of the Long King Temple. Eldest brother was keen on refraining from talking about it. What exactly was the incident back then that was brought up in their conversation? Missing mahjong cards. Hao Chu was the first to die, 9 of characters. Madame Yin, 8 of characters. Mahjong cards appeared next to all the victims. There's a pattern. Bottle of red wine was missing from my cabin. Other than that, no other items are missing. Abnormal. No useful clues were found in the steam valve, but I have a strange feeling about it. Something seems peculiar about it. What could it be? Hao Chu's second victim discovered on the ship. His time of death was earlier than Madame Yin. Placed beside the victim were 2 mahjong cards, 8 and 9 of characters, respectively. Doing the same murder. Yet beside the conflict, there is barely any connection between those two. Something seems peculiar about the suitcase. What could it be? Okay, external autopsy. Hold up, I need to close my window. Okay, external autopsy. First of all, this. Murder weapon pierced him through the heart, dealing him a fatal blow. Position and angle of the stabbing are consistent with Madame Yin's case. It's obviously the same murder, but the weapon has changed from a candlestick to a hairpin. Joints are still flexible. Rigor mortis has yet to set in. Lines of liver mortis on the legs with fade in color when pressure is applied. The comp process must have quickened due to the high process. His time of death is close to Madame Yin's. What? What? Without leaving access. Huh? Wait, how does that timeline work? So Madame Yin was murdered in her cabin? Where was everyone? Wait, but she still had the hairpin on when we discovered her. And then when we moved her down to the whatever, like she still had the cabin. She still had the what? But I think everyone was accounted for. Who was able to go down into the crew cabin to steal her hairpin and... Oh. Seven of characters. Rough hands, thick calluses. Once a martial arts practitioner. His facial expression is relatively peaceful. Oh! Corner of his mouth are even slightly raised. What? What happened? What? The expressions before he died, the corner of his mouth were also raised. Could it be that... That's just your imaginations, John. After death, the facial muscles of the deceased are flaccid, meaning they are expressionless. And causes rupture, the victim dies instantly. His calm expression is just a result of muscular flaccidity after death. This case has nothing to do with Brian's case, and there's still homicide taking place. What you need to do now is put your nose to the grindstone and your shoulders to the wheel. Honestly, Sire, I'm kind of agreeing with you at this point. Who could it be other than... Who could it be other than... I can't think of anyone else. At this point, I'm almost willing to agree with you that it's the ship. No defense wounds were found on the body of the deceased. Based on the surface features, no traces of drug influence. Strange. Anyone who would have dodged or fought back, not to mention he knew martial arts. What am I missing? Is there something that I'm missing? Oh, weapon. Hairpin with a green jade inlaid at the end. I had just discovered Madame Yin's hairpin was stolen, yet now it has appeared here. Murderer must have had a special reason to use hairpin as a murder weapon. Body collapsed near the speaking tube, yet the lid of the speaking tube is closed. Oh, poor Elle. What was Oling's relationship with Hao Chu? One was reserved while the other had no inhibitions at all. Although they worked together, they rarely talked to one another. Who do you think would want to end their lives? Family had something to do... That family had something to do with Uncle Ling. The Woos? The newspaper clippings on Uncle Ling's wall, right? He seemed really concerned with how the Woos were doing lately. Check your pockets? My pockets? I just found this in mine. What?
我身上有一张号吧。
Two of characters.
案发现场的马吊牌与死亡
The
顺序
relationship
之间的
between the
关
mud and the order of death.
这些牌
Provocations from the murderer. Every person who received a card has now become their prey. What the heck is this?
我们不能做
We
一般
must not sit idly by for death to dawn upon us.
罗船长，请立即
Please
召集
gather
所有
everyone at the dining hall immediately. I agree with you. At this point, I'm like, who could it be?
众已经介绍过了3起命案的情况，3名死者的身边
987
都出现了马
of
吊牌
characters appear next to the
分别是
victims
旧
respectively.
刚才我和众在自己身上
2 and
分别
3
翻
of
出
characters in our
这
pockets.
些牌很可能是凶手手。我想请各位也找找看。
If you have any cards on your person. What the? How did this card appear out of nowhere?
6万，
6 of characters? Then wouldn't that mean that I'm the next target?
我身上也有牌，
5 of characters right after Master Wu.
我的牌是4。
4,
我1万，
1.
顺序是最后一个。看来丢失的万字门马吊牌。
Wait, so Afu and Shipmaster don't.
你们都
How come all of you have cards but I don't?
谁知道那
Who
些
knows?
牌
Isn't it because you're the one who placed them? I don't have a card on me either.
看来这凶手
They're torturing me by making me watch as my passengers and crew are killed by one.
上的凶手冤有头。
Oh, what the heck? Trapped in water, nails in coffin. This wasn't done by man. It's the Long King. The Long King is after our lives.
龙王。
The Long King isn't after the inheritance though, right, Tillman?
良心，你怎么这么狡猾？你是不是被附体了？
大家先平静一下，不存在归审作乱。
A serial homicide is indeed taking
为
place
了
on
各
the
位
ship.
的安全，
Please
请大
remain
家
in the
在
dining
庭
hall
内
and assist our search for the culprit.
贝先生，
We
在
need
你
to
找
make sure
到
that you're trustworthy.
贝先生在英
He's the
国
new
是有名
prosecutor
的
for the
先生
Shanghai International
没人
Settlement.
比他更可
Nobody
信
is more trustworthy than he
放
is.
心，贝先生我是了解的。
However,
我理解船长的顾虑，这样如何？我组织
I
讨
will
论，
organize discussions and
确定
entrust
工
John
作
with the
交给
task of
众
deductions.
整个晚上，
Throughout this
周
evening,
武
John and
还
I,
有吴德
as
万
well
先
as
生
Mr. Wu,
都待在这个餐厅
Tillman
中
have been in this dining
船
hall.
长，我也能证明沈大哥是好人。
沈先生和贝先生帮我洗清过嫌疑，我也赞成。
So who's the next? The next number is this guy, Master Wu.
那就有劳2位先生了。贝先生，沈先生，你们打
How
算
do
如
you
何找出
two
凶
plan
手
to find the
老
murderer?
林和殷夫人遇刺的
Assassination
手法和
technique and
小
wounds
狗
of
子
Old
是一
Ling
模
and
一样的
Madame Yin are exactly the
这应该
same.
是同一个
This
凶
should be
手
the work of the same
老
murderer.
九的死因虽不同，
However,
身边也发现
how
了马吊
Chu's cause of death differs. Mahjong card was also discovered next to him,
在
though.
同一凶手连续作案的案件中，
Time is the most crucial information.
因此
Therefore, we need to confirm the alibis of everyone here.
沈大哥，
What is
什么
an alibi?
任何能证明案
Evidence
发
that
时
proves that you were not present at the time of the crime.
由于殷夫人与老林的死亡时
Due
间
to the
相对
relatively
贴近
confirmed times of death of Madame Ying and Old Ling,
接下来
I would like each of you to respectively state
在这两个
where
时
you
间
were,
段
what you did, and evidence proving so during these two time periods.
我和众会通过大家的
如果有人说谎
What if someone lies?
如果有人说谎
Someone lies, there will be contradictions between the testimonies to reveal who is lying.
如果没有其他
If there are no further questions, let's begin with Madame Yin's case.
诸位最后一次见到殷夫人，正是在这个餐
The last
厅
time we saw Madame Yin was in this dining hall.
随后她独自离
She
开
left the
餐厅
dining hall
回厕所
alone
休
and
息
returned to her cabin to rest.
接下来发生了停电事
Power
件
outage took place, causing Afu to trip over Madame Yin's body.
最后电力恢复
Power was restored, and Ying Chu discovered the body and cried for help.
接下来就请各位说一说，从殷夫人
What
离开餐
you've
厅
been
到电力
through
恢复这段
From
时间
after Madame Yin left the
各自的
dining
经
hall
历
to when the power was restored. Oh boy. Okay, guys, lock in.
我同沈先生讲过，
Before the power went out, Yin
我
Chu
见过二嫂
met with Yin Zhou once.
打完牌后，
Chest felt stuffy after the game, so I went back to my room to take my asthma medicine. Yingzhou asked me to teach her poker, but I refused because I wasn't feeling well. Is there anyone who can testify to what you said? Afu came by saying he wanted to take some tool out of his cabinet. Afu left. She went to the bow of the ship for some air, where first mate can testify. Power went out just as she was about to return. She was alone. She went to the cockpit to find first mate. Power was restored. First mate escorted him back to her room where they found the victim. Preparing dinner in the dining hall until Elle came back. Brought kanji, right, he brought the food over to Shipmaster and then spoke with Yinchu when she was over here and was coming back, or heading over. It went into the cockpit, took over the helm for a bit. Power went out. Yinchu came, seemed scared, so he stayed with her. The rest is pretty much what Yingchu said, except I chased after Afu. Write that down. What's there for me to say? Dining hall? Before and after the power outage? Yes. You both know that already. Next. I don't know when Madame Yin left the dining hall before the power outage. I was at the helm. During which Elle came by, and Liangxin brought me kanji. After the power outage, Miss Yingchu came. She looked quite scared. She was in the cockpit until the power was restored. Then Liangxin escorted her back to her room. I was working in the dining hall. Uncle Ling asked me to help in the engine room. He asked me to lend a hand while he repaired the joint of the condenser in the steam engine. Uncle Ling told me to look for Hao, but I couldn't find him anywhere. Shipmaster made me get his kanji, so I went back to the dining hall. From then on, I was with Mr. Joseph and Mr. Shen the whole time. Afu. Is it finally my time to speak? I've been wanting to speak so badly. Seems like Afu's tongue isn't that sharp yet. Can you all understand my testimony? Speak slowly. I will listen carefully. I was experimenting with my new invention, the vacuum glove box. I needed a vernier caliper, but it's in Madame Ying's room, so I went to get it. I remember Madame Ying was smiling while holding poker cards. Yingchu looked unhappy. After getting what I needed, I went back to experimenting. Suddenly, the power went out. Messed up, got my hand stuck, so I had to go get more tools from that room. Did you leave right away or did you stay in your room for a while? I guess right away. I had a kerosene lamp close by, so I picked it up and left. I just walked out the door when I saw a figure run out of that room towards the bow. Did you get a good look? It was too foggy. All I can be sure of was that I saw a figure. I didn't think too much about it and went inside. You all know what happened after. The power of Joseph's fingers, like he just snaps and the lights just appear. Now, I'll leave it to John. Everyone here has an alibi that you speak of. No, there is a contradiction between one of the first 5 testimonies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Afu's. Okay, lock in, guys. Wakey, wakey. I need a vernier caliper, but it's in Madame Ying's room, so I went to get it. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. Madame Ying was smiling while holding poker cards. Ying Chu looked unhappy. Hold on, can I see what evidence I have? Where's that the hell one? Don't know. Okay. Ying Chu looked unhappy. I went back to experimenting, but the power went out, so I messed up and got my hands stuck. Left to get tools, but I saw a figure run out from Madame Ying's room towards the bow. So maybe it was Liang Xin or Ying Chu. I didn't think too much about it, went inside, and you all know what happened after. Okay. Help. This seems right. Like, I feel like no one can really say anything about this because it doesn't coincide with any of their testimony. Madame Ying was smiling while holding poker cards. Ying Chu looked unhappy. What was Ying Chu's thing? So I went to my room to take medicine. You saw Ying Chu, ran into Afu. Went to the bow of the ship for some air. And saw Liangxing bring kanji. What was his thing about kanji? Page 2 or 4. Ying Chu looked unhappy. Verses 4, which is you saw a figure run out of Madame Ying's room towards the bow. Okay, I feel like the only thing that can be contradictory are like these two. Because these guys don't even show up. Like, we know what happened with him. He was with us the whole time. And then I don't know enough about this one. I feel like I don't know enough about this one. And then this one. This one kind of has nothing. I don't know. Helped Uncle Ling with repairs. Looked for Lao. Oh, how? I mean, it could be Elle. He could have done all. She could have done all of this. But then it doesn't match up with everything else. Run out. Help. Like, this matches up with Ying Chu's testimony. She went back to her room to take medicine. And of course she was unhappy because she wasn't feeling well. She saw Ying Zhou and ran into Afu. And then she went to the bow of the ship for some air. I'm guessing, well, if Ying Chu was at the bow, she should have seen a figure, right? If he saw a figure running out of the room towards the bow, that would mean that maybe she would see a figure running towards the bow, right? Did she say anything about seeing anything? No one was around. So maybe that's the contradiction. The whole thing about no one was around, but Afu saw someone running towards the bow. I think I'm gonna go with this one because I don't know what any of the other ones would be.
阿福的证言
Afu's statement
与影珠姑娘的证言
contradicts
之
that
前，
of Miss Yingchu's. Is this
还是
right?
说是我弄错
Are
了
you saying I said something wrong?
停电发生
During
时
the power outage, Afu saw a figure run from Madame Ying's room towards the bow,
而当时
and yet even though you're at the
影珠姑娘就
bow,
在船头
you didn't see anyone. Okay, so that was the right reasoning.
可能是天太
Maybe
黑
because it was too dark and foggy, that's why I didn't see
我
them.
才没看见。
传家
Maybe.
是木质的，
Oh,
如果有
yes,
人跑向
footsteps.
船头，应该会有妙。银珠小姐可
Did you
小心
hear anything?
可能
Maybe that's the case.
小妹、啊，
Yingchu, you're sounding a little guilty.
我当
I
时
was
太
too
害
scared
怕
at the time, so I didn't notice.
两位先生，我知道是怎么回事了。
说说看，
其实
Actually, there's a detail I forgot to say.
我看到这个
The
人影
figure I saw left Madame Ying's room and went inside another room.
会不会是
Maybe
凶
Yingchu
手躲在
didn't
贝
see
先生
them
的
because
房
they
间
hid inside Mr. Joseph's room?
沈大哥，
Mr. Shin, didn't you notice someone breaking into your room to steal something?
会不会就是
Could
凶
it
手
be
干
the
的
murderer?
有这个可
That
能。
could be possible.
不过
However, only a bottle of red wine was missing. I wonder why the murderer would steal it.
暂时得不出结论也没
It's
关系。
okay if we can't draw a conclusion for now.
我们先进
Let's
行第
begin the
二阶段
second
的
round of
询问
inquiry.
最后一次见到老林，也是在这个餐厅中。
Old Ling was in this dining hall.
不久前，众发现他被人
Not
刺死
long
在轮
ago,
机室内，
stabbed to death in the engine room.
杀害他的凶器
Weapon was the
正是
hair
殷夫人头
hairpin.
上的发簪。考虑到调查殷
Since
夫
the
人的
hairpin
命
had
案
yet
现
to be
场时，
stolen during
发簪还
investigations
没
of
有被
Madame
偷
Yin's
走。
murder case,
初步判断老林的
preliminary
死亡
assessments
时
showed
间
that
在
Old
殷
Ling's
夫人
time
遇
of
害后
death was
不久。
shortly after Madame Yin's.
接下来就请
Now,
诸
I
位
would
说
like
一
everyone
说
to talk about
离开殷夫
what
人
you've
死
been
亡现
through
场之后
after
的情
leaving Madame Yin's murder scene.
那件事之后，
After the
三个
incident,
送阿
Liang
福
Xin
回
brought
家休
Afu
息
and me back to
我
the
也一
cabin to
同
rest.
事阿福状态不是很好，我给
So
他
I
拿了
brought
些
some
糕点
pastries and cleaned
又帮
the
他
blood off
将
his
手上的
hands.
血擦
So
干
does that
净
mean she left, or did she mean like she brought him pastries from it somewhere else? Oh my god, the little X.
我又花了不少
I
时
spent
间
some time trying to
帮阿福
remove
解
the
开了
box
手
from
上的箱
Afu's
子
hand.
刚解开没多久，
Not long after,
沈先
Mr.
生和小
Shen
娥就
and
来
Elle
了。
arrived.
沈先生走后，我和阿
Afu
福一
and
直
I
待在
stayed
屋
put
里，
until
直到刘
Shipmaster
船长
Luo.
叫大家来餐厅。
很好，请换下一位。
我把尹珠和阿福送回房
After
间
I
休
helped
息后
Yingchu and
指
Afu
挥
settle
驾驶
down,
时向
reported
船长
to
汇报情况
Shipmaster at
沈
cockpit.
先生和小娥来调查时，
When
船
Shen
撞
and
上了
Elle
墙
came to investigate, we all saw Hao Chio's body fall down.
船长出去查看情
Took
况，
over the helm
留
with
下
the
我警察的班
shipmaster, went out to assess the
我
situation.
一个人在船长室里面那么长时间，
Is there anyone who can prove
你
it?
没能和船一起翻
Isn't
到
the
水里
fact
去
that the
对应
ship
龙
didn't
王
overturn and feed you to the Long King the best proof?
呸！船上不能讲那个字啊，不吉利，不吉。
哪个字？
Which word? Overturn? You, why'd you say it again? Take it back or else it's a bad omen. Okay,
二位大人，
nothing for me to say, right? What? Feeling guilty? Guilty? Your big brother is the least guilty person on the ship.
从屋里出
Ever since I left the room, I've been reciting scriptures on deck to keep the ship safe.
大哥的良苦
Everyone on board has seen and understands my hard work and dedication, except you, Liang Xin.
够了，
That's enough. Next,
你们调查殷
while you
夫
were
人之前
investigating Madame Yin's death, I was at the helm.
好久尸体掉下来后，
I realized we were in danger and asked Liang Xin to take over,
沈先生和贝先生检查好久的遗
and then
体
he was by our side.
之后，贝先生问了许多与好酒有关的问题，又让老夫
So he went to the cockpit. When no one responded to the engine telegraph, we went to the engine room together. When we arrived, Shen and Elle were already there. I've been with Mr. Shen the whole time. Pretty much went to every single place on the ship. After leaving the murder scene, I was resting inside the room. It was super quiet, I was feeling dizzy and wanted to sleep. But someone kept reciting scriptures. It wasn't that loud, but it was so annoying. Thank goodness Yingzhe took care of me and helped me take the vacuum glove box off. Then the detective came, fixed my tongue, and told us not to go outside. Wait, did he say... He didn't give us anything though. I guess his whole thing was he was at the helm. Is there anything wrong with the statements this time? Not everyone has explained everything they've been through fully. One person's description does not match the situation I saw during investigations. Okay, guys. Resting in Afu's room. Afu wasn't feeling well. Took care of him, helped him remove the box from his hand. Shen and Elle came. We remained in the room. That's pretty straightforward. The only person not accounted for was the first mate, right? That's what I'm saying. Helped Yingzhe and Afu settle down, return to the cockpit. Is that right? He didn't say anything about this guy in his testimony. But remember, this is also does not match the situation he saw during investigations. Whatever that means. But yes, we told him to bring Yingzhe and Afu into Afu's room, return to the cockpit. So it's kind of sus that the shipmaster didn't say anything about that. Shen and Elle came. We saw how Chu's body fall from the roof. When the shipmaster went to the situation, I stayed at the helm. So I feel like other than this part, everything else kind of flows. Ever since I left the room, I've been reciting scriptures and praying for blessings on deck. Everyone saw how dedicated I was. We definitely saw him. Was he there the whole time? I can't remember. But I remember he saw, and he also said that he was reciting it the whole time. So I think these two match. This one's okay. I feel like this one's okay. I was at the helm, discovering the murder of Hao Chu and went to check. I feel like this is also correct. But the murder took place during the outage, right? The first one did. The first one did. This one should be the second one. This is the second murder. With Ling. Old Ling. So we're trying to figure out who was where when Ling was murdered. So he was murdered after the power came on. So I'm just gonna go with this guy because I'm not entirely sure about this part. Yeah, who could do both? I remember, like, I was wondering about the pastries, right? Like, where did the pastries come from? But him... I'm gonna submit this one. Testimony seems to differ from what I saw during investigations. Isn't that different from... Is that so? Seems like Mr. Shen is weird. How about I make you a stargazy pie to help fill your brain? Allow me to reconsider. Okay, so it's not him. Going to sleep. Resting inside the room. Resting in Afu's room. Wanting to sleep. Wasn't feeling well. Took care of him. Helped him remain in the room. I feel like these two match up pretty well. This one's accounted for. So I think the only one left is these two, right? The thing is, I trust... Probably shouldn't trust because like I don't know anything about these characters. But I trust this guy more than this guy. I've been reciting scriptures and praying for blessings on deck. Everyone saw how dedicated I was. I feel like Joseph would step in if he was lying. That is true. That is true, Siri. So maybe I'll go with this guy. Oh, nice. The person who did not explain everything was you, Mr. Tillman. What? You said you were praying for blessings on the deck the whole time, but Mr. Shen and I didn't see you on deck when we head towards the... Oh, I figured he was like maybe over there. A lot of prep was needed to be done to pray to the Long King for blessings. Good job, Sire. All the different gods need different offerings, so there's no point in explaining it to you. I was busy with this and that on the deck. Maybe we missed each other. If Wu Tang was on deck the entire time, what does the appearance of this item mean? Oh. He was on deck the whole time. What item? For some reason, I'm drawn to this. I don't know what this means, but I'm drawn to this for some reason. Mainly because, like, I feel like these ones, like... Tillman, if he wasn't the culprit, he would have nothing to do with this, especially with his whole prayer stuff. This is Afu's. Unless this means something, because he was the one who knows about the coin? Was it part of his, was it part of the sword thing? Was it part of the sword thing? Maybe. I never noticed, so I'll go with this, because... Oh, nice! Have you noticed that a copper coin is missing from your sword? The copper coin must have helped me dodge a bullet. Coincidentally, I found the copper coin, and now return it to you. Am I back? Am I back? I think I'm back. Yes, I'm back. Okay. Nice. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I think everything should be fine. I just went through a couple of dialogue where it was just Detective Shen demanding answers for why he was in our cabin. Okay. Sound as well? Everything okay? Okay, let me know if anything else goes funky. And then we will continue. Yes. But yeah, basically, Shen basically just said, you better have a good explanation for why you're in my room. Let me... No, not the glasser. Yeah. At the moment, I believe you're not the person Afu saw. However, about you sneaking into my room, I need a reasonable explanation from you. After Yingzhou's incident, I did go to Mr. Shen's room, but I only did for the safety of everyone on board. We need to prepare 6 bags of pork for the Lulong. Why would I have pork? But there wasn't enough on the ship, so I had no choice but to mix in some pig ears and snout. I didn't want to risk angering the Long King, so I borrowed the wine from your cabin. To be honest, I need top quality aged wine. Using this foreign wine made me nervous. Where are these offerings now? I split them into 3 yin and 3 yang bags, then threw them all one by one into the river. Sounds like throwing away evidence to me.
你把我囤的猪
You threw all the pork I stored into the water?
还有我的波尔多
And my red Bordeaux?
我本来是
How much did those things cost? I'll pay you.
那些东西要
I was gonna tell you, but you all seem busy.
这次吴
Wu
大满
Temen
应该说
should
的是
be
真
telling
话
the truth now. I saw him throw the offerings into the water.
我也确实。
一代怎么军？一代小贼子。
Right?
各位莫
Don't
怪，
blame me, don't blame me. Don't
这些
blame
刺
you?
刀头，还有顺风冲嘴，都是小
They are respect.
你们若收了，
Please clear away the bad omens in this water.
如果这次吴德满说的是
If
真话，
Wu Temen is telling the truth, then a contradiction exists in this
就存
statement.
在矛盾
Oh. Okay, what's the contradiction? After discovering... Someone kept reciting scriptures. So annoying. Thank goodness Yangtze took care of me and helped me get the... What is... He snuck in Shen's... Yes, he snuck into Shen's room to steal Joseph's wine. And in the process of that, he dropped the gold coin. If Wu Temen is telling the truth, then a contradiction exists in this statement. I want to say this one because he's the only one who mentions Wu Temen. You know what I mean? Wouldn't Yingchu and Afu be there to see him sneak in? Afu did see someone sneak into Shen's room. But that was... You're right, but that was before we found the body. So maybe it was... Okay, I'm gonna go with Afu because he's the only one who mentions anything about scriptures. The only person here I trust is L and Afu. I trust these two like 100%. This guy I trust like 80, 90. These two, we don't talk about these two. But I'm gonna go with Afu because he's the only one who mentions Wu. I don't know what the contradiction is, but he mentions Afu.
你在房间休
Did
息
you hear anything else besides the sound of someone reciting scriptures?
没有。
Nothing else.
光那个练
That
习
sound
的
alone was enough to make
又
me
让我
dizzy.
服辣了。
确定没
L
有
the goat. Yes. Are you sure?
是的，
I'm sure.
如果你如
If
此
you're
在
so
意门外
focused
的
on the
声
noise
音
outside your door, you must have also heard
吴先生将
the
地
sound of
一
Mr.
袋
Wu
袋
tossing
抛
the
入水的
bags of
声音
offering and his
以
shouting.
及他抛进
What? I thought that was all part of the scripture.
一代小贼子。
Oh, you're right. He's
那
right.
些声音明明
Those
正在
sounds
吵闹
should have been more raucous. That
有道理。
that's true.
可是
However, I really didn't hear the sounds that you speak of, Detective.
我
阿福哥，
How could
怎
this
么会这
be?
样呢？
当时
Maybe it was because I
可
fell
能
asleep?
是
听阿福的描
According to
述
Afu's description, he must have fallen unconscious.
阿福，你在昏迷状态下的睁眼不会被采纳。
But this is crucial.
周，
You know what this means?
如果阿福当时
If Afu was unconscious within the time that Madame Yin and Old Ling were murdered, someone is unable to provide a reliable alibi. Wouldn't it be her then? Because if Afu was... Who the heck is this? I think they made a mistake with the... Oh no, actually, is that his full name? Su Fuxing, Afu. Okay. Oh my god. The Long King is actually a suspect. But anyways, I was saying that if he was actually unconscious and if his testimony was taken out, the only person that has no alibi would be her, because then she won't. The whole reason why she was not taken into account was because she was with Afu this whole time, right? So I'm gonna go with her. So true, it was the boat. It was the boat, bestie.
在2个关键时间段内，都无法提供确切。
The person who was unable to provide a reliable alibi during 2 critical time frames was you,
影珠姑娘
Miss Ying Chu.
运珠姐，
Ying Chu 姐?
沈先生，你们是不是
Could
弄
you
错
two
了？
be mistaken? Agreed, the boat did it.
不行
Whoever the culprit isn't officially the boat. How could my sister possibly be the murderer?
如果当时
If Afu was unconscious, this means he cannot provide an alibi for Miss Ying Chu.
而在殷夫人
When
遇害的
Madame
时间
Ying was
段
murdered, Ying Chu said she was alone at the bow of the ship.
除去偶遇
Other than her brief encounter with Liang Xin, no one can prove it. Does that mean everyone else is
其他人就都
innocent?
清清白白了。
这，请说。
考虑到凶手作案习惯的
Consistent
一致
modus
性，
operandi, especially the recurring mahjong cards,
我们可以确定
we can confirm is the same perpetrator committing serial crimes. Major premise: the same murderer commits crimes in succession. Is this Reporter Wen's headline?
通过确认不
By
在场证
confirming the alibis, we
我
can
们可以
rule
排
out
除
several
一部分人的
suspects.
嫌疑。
Eliminate method: elimination basis alibi.
好久案，不确
I
定
miss
是
you
否他杀，
too.
加之时间较久，暂时无法排除任何人。
In how to, we cannot rule out anyone because 2 main details are unconfirmed. Right. Like, I literally don't even know what happened here. I think we can only go off of these 2.
殷夫人被烛台刺杀，发生在殷夫人离开餐厅至停电后，阿福进入房
What
间
the
这一时
hell?
间段内。
That went by too quick. So she's in there. Went there. And before
可以排除吴德满、约瑟、沈仲平3人
who
全
have
程都在
remained
餐
in the
厅内。
dining room. Right, so it's those ones.
阿福则由于
Due
晕
to-
血等原因，已经被证明
And
不是
other
凶手。
reasons, Afu has been proven innocent.
老林被发簪刺杀，发生在殷夫人尸体被转移，至我和小娥进入轮机室这一时段内。
After Madame Ying's body was moved, and before I entered the engine room. New mechanics? I think this is just visualization.
全程和我在一起的小娥，
Ella was with her the whole
几乎
time.
全程在开船的吴良心，
Liang who was at the helm.
以及半程与良心在一起。
Shipmaster Luo, who was with Liang half the time, and Joseph the other half.
唯一无法
The
排除
only person who cannot be ruled
是
out
影珠。
is Ying Chu. The way he described everything makes so much sense and is so easy,
你不会
but
被水底的龙王给附
you're
体了
not
吧？
possessed by that took me way too much like brain power to deal with. I just wish the animation was a bit slower so I can see everything go slowly.
不是我，我真的一直
Yeah, it
在
reminds me
仓
of
房
like
里
Clue or something. Stayed inside the cabin the whole time.
刚才你们说的
Sound of
那个
offerings
祭品
being tossed into
都是
water.
的
I heard it.
银珠小姐，
I must remind you.
听到过祭
Hearing
品
the sounds of
落
offering
下
falling in the
并不
water
证明
cannot
在
prove
房
you were
间
in the room.
因为那个声
You
音
could also
也可以
hear
在
that sound from
房间
outside the
外听
room.
到。
那我应该怎么办才好？
不必过度紧
No
张。
need to be overly nervous. Carefully recall the people, places, and things that can provide you with an alibi.
现在，请你更详细地
Provide a more
阐述
detailed
停电
account of your
前后的经
experiences
历
before and after the power outage. Okay. Whew.
打完牌后，
Chess felt
我
stuffy
跟
after the
夫人
game.
提及
Hurried back to the room to take asthma medicine.
没多久，二嫂
Yingzhou
也回来
came
了，
asking me to
叫我
teach her
教她玩
poker.
扑克。
Refused because I wasn't feeling well.
我们正说着话，
We were talking when Afu came by saying he wanted to get a tool.
据阿福说，
He said you looked unhappy. What happened?
因为二嫂她
That's because Yangtze messed up my suitcase, so I was upset.
不开心。
理解。
I understand. Please continue.
阿福走后
After Afu left, I went to the bow of the ship for some air.
我遇到了三哥，给
Ran
船长
into
送食盒
Liangshan on his
三哥
way
同我讲了
to
几
bring
句
the
话
shipmaster Kanji, spoke a few words.
我在船头缓了一阵
Felt better after a
觉得好
while.
些了
Then, as I was about to return to my cabin,
忽然停电
the
了，
power went out.
我一个人很害
I
怕
was alone and scared, so I went to the cockpit to find Liangshan.
银珠小姐，在你从船头走去驾
Are
驶
you
室
sure
的
you
路
didn't
上
meet anyone?
我
I didn't notice. It was really dark without a single spark of light.
我脑子也已经
All I
乱了
wanted was to find Liangshan. Luckily, he was in the cockpit with the shipmaster.
影珠姑娘的描述
Contradiction
与
exists
现场发现
between
的某
Ying
件证
Chu's
物之间
description and this piece of
似乎存在
evidence.
矛盾。
Okay, I want to say that it's like the way she was like, oh, there wasn't a spark of light. But when we were out there, remember we saw all the temple lights? So maybe it's that.
箱子有点不开心
I'm thinking maybe it was the lights? Yingzhou asked me to teach her poker. Felt upset because she messed up my suitcase.
我们正说着话，阿福来了，说要取一件工
We
具。
were talking when Afu came by saying he wanted to get a tool.
阿福走后，我去船头
I
透
went
气
to the bow of the
遇到
ship
了
for
三
some
哥给
air
船长
and
送食
spoke with
盒
Liangshan.
他说了打算回房时，
When the power went out, I was scared and went to find Liangshan in the
就想去驾
cockpit.
驶室找三哥。船头去驾驶室的路
The
上
way to the
很黑
cockpit was
一点
dark
光
without a
没有
single spark of light.
我没
I
注意
didn't
有
notice
其他
anyone
人
else.
我脑子也已经
All I
乱了
wanted was to find
我去
Liangshan.
船头
Luckily,
见到
he was
三
in the
哥
cockpit with the
三哥和
shipmaster.
船长都在驾驶室。
I think I want to do this one because the cockpit was dark without a single spark of light. But do you remember when I was like, "Oh, that looks pretty," when in the very beginning when we were with Elle, and then I was like, "Oh, what's that sound? The gongs and stuff." And Elle was like, "Oh, we're by the temple. It's like the dragon festival, so they're celebrating and all the lights." How did she find her way there with no lights? I didn't even think about that. I just figured it was like maybe she knew her way there. I mean, it looks like one corridor to me, but yeah, I think maybe it's the lights. But also I didn't notice anyone else. That could, yeah. Oh shoot. Oh, I didn't realize there was legends, candlestick, scene lamp, Yin's crime scene, navigation log. Is there something that says like, oh, temple lights? If only. Not this. And does she have to pass her own room to get there? Is there some evidence that says like temple lights were on? Woo! I don't know, guys. There's like nothing there. Yeah, we can use evidence to decide what phrase this look for. But which evidence should we use? Maybe... I don't think it's gonna be these. I don't think it's gonna be these two. Which leaves a bunch of newspaper clippings and logs. I feel like it's not this. Because Shun was like, oh, this is really important. I don't think it's gonna be this. Because it doesn't feel there yet. So what I'm going to go with is either this, this, or this. And because I mentioned, yes, the lamp is tied to Afu. That's his lamp. That he used. Didn't notice anyone else. Well, maybe the lamp when... Because an Afu was using the lamp to get to Madame Yin's room. Maybe there's a lamp? Where was Afu? He was coming out of his room because his arm was stuck. He was gonna head to Yingchu's room. So he took his lamp and went over to the next room. And that was when he saw the mysterious figure. Did she not see him with his light? You're right! So should I go with this? I think I'll go with... I mean, either way, if it's not this, I think I'm gonna go with this because it's the only thing that mentions like the Long King Temple. She says she also saw a mysterious... She actually said she didn't see anyone. At least I think. So I think I'm gonna go with this one. And then if it's not this, I'm gonna go with the temple. Is it right? I think it is right. Nice! Are you sure the surroundings were pitch black? Or the temple? You did not see a single spark of light at all? That's unreasonable. Afu was holding... You know what? I got the right answer, but the wrong... I had the wrong reasoning. I thought it was going to be like the temple lights. Because when we went to the bow, there was like a bunch of lights. But I guess you were right, Seiwet. Now it was Afu and his lamp. You're facing towards him. How could you not have seen a single spark of light? But I really didn't see any light. We got there one way or another. Teamwork! Yay! If she really saw light back then, she wouldn't have been so scared. Maybe she entered the cockpit at a different time than Afu leaving the room? Both Afu and Yingchu changed their courses of action right after the power outage. I guess right away, I had a kerosene lamp close by and I picked it up and left. When the power went out, I was scared and went to find him in the cockpit, she was already in the cockpit. But it's impossible for them to act at the exact same time, right? And I trust Afu. Light time difference doesn't invalidate John's theory. Eyes are sensitive to light and so the figure blocked the light from her view. Right. But then he also said that the figure went into Shen's room and that figure was him because he went into Shen's room. After the power outage, should have been the only source of light on deck. In this case, Miss Yingchu would have noticed the light when the lamp was inside the room. Oh, so they're saying that like no matter what, like your eyes are sensitive to light. So even if there was like no power and there was like whatever, there would have still been like ambient light coming from inside the room, inside Afu's room, right? I don't know. Then Afu must be lying. I believe Yingchu isn't lying, but what I said is also the truth. Running towards the bow. Yet Miss Yingchu says she didn't see anyone or any light on her way to the cockpit.
有没有可能
Could it be possible they are both telling
两
the
个人说的
truth?
这部分话都是真话呢？
Oh gosh. Hmm. Yingchu had her back to Afu, maybe?
如果当时
If
影珠
Yingchu had
背
her
对着
back towards Afu and her face towards the bow of the ship,
他就看不到
she
身
would
后
have been
的路，
unable to see the light behind her.
那他便不是从船
Then
头
she
去
did
的
not
驾
go
驶
to the
室，
cockpit from the bow. Oh! Okay.
而是从殷夫人的房
Instead
间。
from Madame Yin's... What?! I didn't even think about that!
是影珠。
The person Afu saw was Yingchu.
影珠姑娘，停电之后，你并不是从船头去往驾驶室，而是
You
从殷
left
夫人的
from
房间。
Madame Yin's room instead of the bow to go to the cockpit.
所以你才没有
That is
注
why
意
you
到
didn't notice the
身后
light
的
from the
那一根
kerosene
光
lamp behind you.
我
在船头见过良心以后，
I literally thought she was out here like Titanicing, you know, like just
你
looking
并没有
out.
在场证明。
Oh! After you ran into Liangxin, there's a long period of time where you do not have an alibi. That's true! The first time she ran into him, she said that they had a couple of words and then she went back to the bow and just chilled before heading back to her
你
room.
谎称继续待在船头，实际上再次返回了舱室。殷夫人极
It's
有可
very
能
likely
就
you
是在这
murdered
段时
Madame
间
Yin during this time frame.
不是这样的。
沈先生，
Didn't Afu say he saw the murderer entering your room?
小妹可是来
Yingchu
船长
came
室
to
的
the cockpit.
晚上雾大，
With all the fog at
阿
night,
福根本分不清
Afu could not
影
tell
珠
which
进来哪
room
间
Yingchu actually entered.
是这
That's
样。
true.
闯入我们房间盗走
Wu
红酒的
Timan
人是
breaking
影
into
珠
my
先
room to
生
steal wine was after
而那是
Madame
殷
Yin.
夫人案发后
That's true!
除此之外，
Other than that, there were no
并没有
traces of a
发现
second
第二个
person
人闯
breaking
入
in.
就算阿福看到的人是小妹，
That doesn't mean she's the
有
murderer.
没有可能小妹
Maybe
只
all
是
she
回
did
头
was go back to her room.
如果影珠不是凶手，他回屋必然会。
If Yingchu was not the murderer, upon her return, she would... It's either run into the murderer or discover the body, I think. If Yingchu was not the murderer, upon her return to the room, she would have found the body before Afu. You're right! You're right! You're so right. That's so right.
影珠
I kind of forgot that Afu tripped over the body first.
而殷夫人
Yes, so he found the body first.
若影珠不
If
是
Yingchu
凶
was
手，
not the murderer, she must have
她
already
肯定也已经发现尸体了。
discovered the body.
为何却没有
Why
马
did she
上告
choose
诉
not
国
to
船
tell
长和良
Shipmaster
心
Law
一样
and Langxing immediately?
影珠姑娘，
Yu Xingqiu, what is the meaning of this? You're
你来
so
驾驶
right,
舱
say
之前
now.
就已经发现尸体了吗？
Did you already discover the body before you came to the cockpit?
我
怎么支支吾吾的？
我不知道该怎么讲了。
吴老爷，你别吓唬引竹姐
You
了。
speechless.
先生，
Don't think Yingchu is a bad person. Say she's the murderer, then she needs motive, right?
她为什么要
Why would she
害
murder
自
her
杀
own
呢
sister-in-law?
若要说
Speaking of motive, I'm afraid it's related to this item left at the crime scene. Items possibly related to the crime motive. I think it's either the hairpin or the suitcase. Yeah, because she said that she was upset because her sister touched her suitcase, but I think it might be the hairpin too. So let's go with that.
发簪被
The
盗，
hairpin was stolen. Perhaps that was the motive.
如果凶手是因为发簪而杀人的
If
话，
the murderer
应该
killed
不
for the
会把它
hairpin, they
留在
wouldn't
现
have
场。
left it at the scene.
的确如此。
That is true. Oh, I thought I was right for sure. In that case, maybe it was the suitcase. This is Yingchu's suitcase. She deliberately closed it before leaving the cabin. Thus, it can be seen that the belongings in the suitcase are very important to her. So, what does Yingchu care about what's inside the suitcase? Indicate items possibly related to the crime motive. Motive? What was the motive, guys? What in here would depict a motive? The mahjong card? Because like it's... But why would it be inside her suitcase? You know what I mean? The indent was a perfume bottle. A bottle of perfume. Actually, no, you're right. Because then... It was a bottle of perfume that was on the table. So they said that it probably has nothing to do with it because the smell is on the victim. So the victim probably took it out to use it. But if this suitcase isn't the victim's, it's Yingchu's, so she might be mad that the victim took her perfume. That's such a lame thing to kill someone for. Like, you used my perfume, how dare you? What? But I mean, I guess that's the only thing that makes sense. There's an indentation here. Someone was taking it away. The perfume bottle on the table. We've investigated this before. Never mind. So she didn't kill her over the perfume. Then maybe she was mad that her sister wanted to learn poker? And therefore touched hers. Because I think, what was it? Afu said that her sister was holding poker cards. So maybe she was mad that her sister went into her suitcase. Because she was unhappy. Right? So maybe it was the cards. I'm just guessing at this point. This deck of poker cards was originally in the hands of Madame Yin. I remember Madame Yin was smiling while holding poker cards. Yingchu looked unhappy. Yet after the murder occurred, it appeared inside the suitcase. Ah! Miss Yingchu, you were the one who placed them, correct? Did you really off your sister because she took your poker cards? You did not wish for others to see this deck of poker cards, so you closed the suitcase. That's a bit of a joke. How could my sister kill someone over some poker cards? That's what I'm saying! I brought the poker cards over. If you look close enough, you'll discover something out of the ordinary about these cards. There's a pattern that was... I believe this piece of... Oh wait, no! Wasn't there, what was it? Unique magic? There was something to do with magic. Is this Yingchu? The pretty magician lady that I was talking about? Is this Yingchu? Look, right here! The card! And an ad for the magician Julia. Reports on the magic troop's financial crisis. And the death of tea merchant Wuan. Is it all connected? Like, is she a magician, but she's getting broke? But she came from this family? So she came back looking for money? And therefore, now she's fighting for the inheritance because now that dad is gone, she's now fighting her siblings for the inheritance to fix her magic troop's financial crisis? Or am I just writing fan fiction at this point? Am I just writing fan fiction? Oh, you're right! The cards are misprinted. I didn't even see that! A and 3. You're right, I didn't even see that. Okay, I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with this. You agree with my fanfiction? These poker cards are could be connected to the magic troupe on the newspaper clipping. No, that's not true. Don't spout nonsense. The beautiful magician featured in the newspaper is holding a deck of poker cards in her hand. Almost every magic troupe has a show related to poker. Must be related specifically to the poker cards in the suitcase. Allow me to... What?! Can I submit the poker cards as evidence for the poker cards? Well, this one also says unique magic. Okay, maybe I should get a hint because I'm down to 1 life. Hold on, I'm gonna save this first. How do I save again? Save. Confirm. Oh shoot. Exit. Exit. Save, just in case. So you're saying I shouldn't go with this just because it says the word magic on it. What could it be? Or are you saying I shouldn't go with the poker cards as evidence for the poker cards? Help. Okay, I feel like I shouldn't go with poker cards for the sake of poker cards, you know? True purpose of this deck of cards. What was this though? It is set up here. There's also an ad for a magic show at the Lyceum Theater on the newspaper. Okay. The first one. The key lies in the pattern of the back of the playing cards. It's a symbol of the Shanghai famous magic organization, the Unique Magic Troupe. I knew it looked kind of familiar. I watched one of their shows called Telepathy a while ago. Tickets sold out easily. When that magician Unique Mo was performing telepathy, he was using cards just like these. But what does it have to do with the homicides? Unless magic is just a cover and they're actually pirates. There's no reason for Yangtze to kill them. Yangtze's motive may be related to this evidence. I think it's got to be this one because we use this. We use this. I mean, all of these are connected, so I can't just choose one. Unless it's the hairpin again. But I don't think it's a motive because the motive, we already established that it can't be the motive because she just left it on her sister. So I'm gonna YOLO and I'm gonna go with this one again. The Magic Troupe's financial crisis, right? Please. I only have 1 life left. Money is still involved. My sister always been well provided for and our father left her a large sum of money. There's no way she would kill someone for money. What if she could lose her right to inheritance? What? Miss Yangtze may not need the money, but the Unique Magic Troupe does. This is a newspaper clipping found next to Old Ling's bed. Magic Troupe faces crippling financial crisis. Shanghai trip becomes swan song trip. The props used in magic performances are rarely given to outsiders. Since the poker cards used by the Unique Magic Troupe appeared next to Yangtze, this indicates that she has a rather close connection with the Magic Troupe. Now the Magic Troupe is in financial crisis and in need of funds. No way. Father never liked those Western. So that's why, because they said that women who were found doing like, you know, immoral or like blah 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 things, they lose their right of inheritance. You can't spend our family money on this. You better shut up. Those who violate family rules will be deprived of their inheritance rights. I speculate that the conflict between Madame Yin and Yin Chu may have originated from this. The conversation Afu witnessed was not about poker, but about the inheritance. It's obvious Yin Zhou was after Yin Chu's cut. What about Ling and Hao Chu? How do they fit in? Ling used to be a guard for the Wus. I found the newspaper clipping next to his bed. Yeah, so she found out about the cards and called her out for it. That's what I'm thinking. He seemed concerned with how the Wus were doing lately, and he was in need of money. Oh? Perhaps old Ling and Madame Yin conspired together and threatened Ying Chu. I've seen Uncle Ling speak with Ying Chu in private before. That's news to me. As for Hao Chu, we still cannot confirm the cause of his death. There's a chance that he just passed away, and the murderer, Ying Chu, just saw him and was like, this is perfect. This is a perfect reason. Therefore, I have yet to make a definite conclusion. Perhaps he was an accident that could be used, or a witness that was silenced. What about the mahjong cards each of us found in our person? Magic? The rest of us have nothing to do with this. Now we do. Mahjong cards were recovered to create the facade of a legendary murder. So I was kind of right in the beginning when I said that someone was out here doing these murders and trying to make it seem supernatural. It would be easier for the murderer to get away if everyone had fallen into chaos. The actual targets should be the 3 people who have already been murdered. Do you have any basis for your deductions? The mahjong cards were placed next to the victims after their death. Everyone else's card was found on their person. That's true! But how did Ying Chu put the cards on us? She's a magician. Should not be difficult for her to place the cards on each of us. My sister practices magic? It's bad luck to even talk about something vulgar like that. There's no way the Wu family could be connected with magic and witchcraft. The way I see it, all these bad things are happening on the board are cursed from the magic troupe. Shut your mouth. Oh? She was Julia! Meeting with the magician. You mean the unique sex? You can't see that. You're annoying. Also, what do you mean by boyfriend? Without parental permission or matchmaker, you went and eloped on your own? You know what? Speak your truth, sister. You're making father... Only he sent because he didn't want me to be trapped. He said that I should broaden my horizons and see the world. I didn't know what honeyed word you said to make father leave you so much money. Shut up! But you violated family rules as an immoral and indecent woman. You lose inheritance, right? You go, sister.
人，
You
一
won't
文
be
一笔
getting
抢
a
答
single
到。
penny.
够了，
Enough.
尹珠小姐能否继承家产是吴家内部的事。而今晚，
But tonight,
在
in
这
this
个
dining
餐
hall,
厅
there's a serial
还有
homicide case that needs to be
因此
solved. Therefore, Miss
尹珠
Yingchu, are you
小姐，
willing to honestly
您
disclose
是否
what you've been through?
好，
Fine. Okay. The true experience of
阿桑
Yingchu.
确实私自翻我的箱子，还翻出了扑克
Yingchu
牌。
went through my suitcase, took out my poker cards, so we argued.
但话说到一半，
When I asked for the cards back, she refused and told me to leave.
我在船头待
I
了一
stayed
阵
at the bow of the ship for a while,
就这
then
不
went
去找
back
他，
only to find her dead.
却发现他死。他手上攥着我
My
的牌，
cards were in her hand and all over the floor.
我怕讲
I
不
put them
清，
away to
就
avoid
收起来
trouble.
了。以上就是我能补充
That's
的
all I
全
can
部。
say. I won't go into
讲过的
detail
事
about
情
the things I have
不赘述
already talked about.
沈先生说的
I
那些
don't know
事，
anything about what
我
Mr.
一概
Shen
不
said
知。
either. What?
也就是说，你不承
You won't
认
admit you're the murderer.
人
I wasn't the
我
one
杀
who
的。
killed her.
仲，虽然你的推理能自圆其说，但目前确
There's
实没有
indeed
明
no
确的
clear
证据
evidence to
能
prove
证
that she
明
is the murderer.
影珠姑娘，
Miss Yingchu, may I ask you a few more questions?
你讲，
Go on. Oh boy. Master Wu, he's the eldest son, and he was the one who was like, I don't know what you said to dad for him to leave you so much money in the inheritance. So basically like, oh, you manipulated father to give you a lot of money. Right? I'm like, these two. I don't like him. Like he's been a since the beginning.
停电的那一
What
瞬
were you
间，
doing the moment the power outage
收
occurred?
牌。
Putting away the cards and closing the suitcase.
若不是停电，
If it weren't for the power
我会注
outage,
意不到异
I
响。
would have definitely noticed her sleeve.
影珠姑娘，可以再请教几件事吗？
你讲，
有个问题，
There is a question you never gave a direct answer
你
to.
既然发现殷夫人死
If you realized she was dead, why did you not report it
当时
immediately?
确实被吓到了。
I was scared senseless and didn't know how to handle the situation.
初次见到尸体时，
You
第二
remain
次跟
sad.
良心同
Yeah, you
居时，
screamed out of fear when you saw it the second time with Yang Shen. Why is that?
会因为这种事情
The
尖叫，
girl who
才
would
是三哥认识的吴隐珠。
scream at sight like that is the Wu Yingchu that Liang Xing knew.
影珠姑娘，
I feel bad for him. I don't know if he's the murderer, but I feel bad for him because he was always her, like, it seems like he was supporting her this entire time. Because like from the very beginning, he was all like, yeah, she would never do anything like that. Like the two of us are tight. We're close. We're chill. Just for her to be like, yeah, the person you knew wasn't the real me. Blah, blah, blah. So I feel really bad for the older brother. Turns out she can girl boss in peace.
箱子里的马
Were you
吊
the
牌
one who placed mahjong card inside the suitcase?
如果我回答是，
If the answer is yes, how would you reason?
这取决于
It
你
depends
说
on
的
what
结
else
果
you say.
所以，
So is that your final answer?
沈先生来判断
You。can be the judge of that. What?
沈大哥，
Why don't you take a break?
嗯，
After all of this, the two gentlemen should have a rest.
我同意。
I agree. Work hard, play hard. If the two of you are resting, what do we do when Yingchu goes crazy and hurts someone? I don't like you.
老爷，沈先生说过，隐珠姐不会再伤
Exactly.
人了。
My favorite person here is L.
要不还是
Maybe it's best we tie her up first?
吴德满，你什么
What
意
do
思？
you mean by that?
我这也是
I'm
为
only
了
looking out for
大家的
everyone's
安
safety.
全
What do
嘛
you say?
嗯，
Well, it's necessary to do what you must.
委屈影珠姑娘了。小人，
Snob.
这江上的
Yeah,
雾
it's the
气
mahjong
一
cards.
时半刻还散不了。
Fog on the river doesn't seem like it'll clear anytime
眼
soon.
下又缺
Now that
人
we're
手，
short-handed, we'll have to wait until
大事
tomorrow
对
to continue on our
不
way.
妨
Safety is of utmost importance.
快到子夜了，
Almost midnight, you and Mr. Joseph should go rest and carry on the interrogations tomorrow.
有良心和小娥看着引珠，不会出问题。
And they sent L to keep an eye out on Yingchu. Okay, listen, if Yingchu was the murderer, they really left two of the worst people to look. Well, no. Master Wu would also be a horrible choice to look after Yingchu. Because if she was the murderer, you're gonna leave basically a child and someone who is devoted to her to watch her? Hmm. There really isn't anything on the ship that can be used as offerings. She looks so done. Please talk some sense into this. He's gonna feed our food to the fishes again. Which celestial being are you worshipping? Yingchu must have been bewitched. I need to beg the Lung King underwater to give her a way out. Sardines. Go on then. Why? I knew I could rely on Mr. Joseph to be reasonable and fair. By the way, we need to preserve Miss Yingchu's suitcase as evidence. As for the money and Yingchu's personal belongings inside the suitcase, I'll hand. You greedy ass! That face. Those things ultimately belong to the Wu family. We'll need the suitcase info. I don't like him. We need the Mahjong card in Yingchu's suitcase. 8 of character. What? What did he just clock?
箱子里的马吊牌是颍州姑娘你留下的吗？
如果我回答是，沈先生会如何推理？
不对，看来有人陷入了误区。
It's him again, Inner Shen.
我忽略了。
I overlooked the fact that the suitcase belongs to Yingchu.
不应该出现在那里。
Native characters shouldn't have. It should have appeared outside of the suitcase, next to Yingzhou. Someone else did it. Because if she was the murderer, why would she put the card inside the suitcase? Especially since she doesn't want people looking in her suitcase, you know? I think someone else did
这
it.
张8万夹在扑克牌的中间，他们是一，而其他马
Yet
吊
all the
牌
other were located conspicuously next to the bodies.
为什么会出现
What's the
这种
reason for such an occurrence?
有可能是
It
颍
could
州
be
在
that
收拾
power
扑克
went
牌
out
的
when
时候
Yingchu was putting away the poker cards.
无意间将马
She
吊
packed the
两
Mahjong
人扑
card
在一
along with
起
the poker cards by chance.
在现场留下
The
马吊
person
牌
who
的人
left the Mahjong card at the scene of the crime wasn't her.
那显然
Then obviously,
在颍州之
someone
前
else entered the room before Yingchu.
那人才是凶手。
That person is the actual murderer. Ah!
约瑟，快回餐厅。
Back to the dining hall.
怎么了？我冤枉你
It's
真凶仍在逍遥。
well, it's either him or the other brother. But right now, because I have a vendetta against him, I'm gonna go with him.
走。仲，从逻辑上讲，你刚才的分析确实可以排除引珠的嫌疑。
Logically speaking, your analysis just now can rule Yingchu out as a suspect.
然而，
However, this rules out everyone else as a
从逻辑
suspect.
上讲，
Logically speaking, every single person now has a reason not to be the murderer. Ah!
肯定有什么地方被我们忽略了。
There must be something that we overlooked.
来吧，我和你
We'll
一
go
起
over all
再
three
从
cases
中
with you from the top. Objection! Co-op
第一位
deduction!
船员好酒。
Yeah. Right? So her answer is yes, but it will only incriminate her. So what evidence is it? Yeah. The first victim. Shipmate Hao Chiu
死于驾驶舱顶。
died of... Dang, are we sure he's not a magician?
最后梗死
Died above the cockpit. Cause of death. Choked to death after becoming inebriated. I swear, Joseph is also a magician with the way he just goes.
身边有一张9万。
There was a 9 of characters Mahjong card next to him.
梗死。
Choking to death could have been an accident or a poisoning.
下
第二位死者
Madame Ying died in her
死
cabin.
于自己仓
Cause
室
of death pierced through the heart with a candlestick.
他身边有一张8万。
8 of characters.
殷夫人的尸体移到
After
断
Madame
尸
Ying's
后不
body
久
was moved to the
头上
cabin
的发
crew,
簪便被人
hairpin
偷
was
走
on her head was stolen.
并出现在下一个命案
It
现场。
then appeared at the next crime scene.
第三位死者，
Oldling died in the engine room. Cause of death: pierced through the heart by a hairpin.
他身边有一张
He's the
奇怪
boyfriend. He's a unique mole. There says,
两人伤口
based
的
on the
位置
location and angle of the
凶器刺
wound,
入的角
we
度
can
基
confirm
本
it was
相
done by the same person.
发簪并不是利
Hairpin
器
is not an
为什么
efficient
一定
weapon.
要
Why
偷
did they
走
steal
它
it and use it to
他杀
commit murder?
这发簪
Perhaps there's something special about this
或许是。
hairpin.
先继续。
Okay, if it's the
第
hairpin,
三位死者外，
gotta be this
还
guy
有6个人也拿到了马
because he was the one who knew about it. Besides the 3 victims, 6 others also received mahjong cards.
吴德满的牌是6万，
6 of characters, he's the
凶手
most
的下一
likely
个袭击对象，
murder's next target.
加上小额5万。
L's 5, Ying choose 4, 3, 2, 1. There's 9 cards.
等一等，
Wait a moment, something's out of place.
有个地方不对。
What's out of place? Oh, what? The number! Because that's a... No, that's not right. Because he was 9, wasn't he? How Chu was 9. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Hold up. Ying choose 4. He's 3, 2, 1. What's out of place? What's out of place? What are the numbers? So this is 9, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He said, beside the victims, 6 others also received mahjong cards. Wu Teman's card is the 6th of characters. He is most likely the murderer's next target. That's right, he's a 6. L's 5, Ying Chu's 4, Joseph's 3, Shun's 2, Liang Xin's 1. Something's out of place. What is out of place? Yeah, I don't know anything about designs. It does. I'm gonna go with the design because I can at least read. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Design?
还念错了。
Design of the cards are wrong. Really? I don't believe
我
so.
再回忆一下，
加上小额5万
L's
赢出
5,
4万我3万
Ying
你
choose
2万
4,
良心1万共计
3,
9万
2, 1. That's 9 cards.
等一等，
So it's not the design.
有
Order?
排的顺序。
是吗？
Ugh.
加上小
等一等，
The number?
有个地方不对。牌的数量有问
There's
题。
something wrong with the number of cards.
我们刚才
We
打
were
麻将
missing
还
8
听了
mahjong cards earlier. What is the 8 of characters doing? I didn't see that!
不然你的咱
Otherwise, you'll be stuck with that 9 characters
他
card.
手里头出不去了呢。
吴家人打牌
The
时，
Woos were missing 8 cards when they were playing. Madam Yin had the 9 of characters.
凶手要拿走9万，只能在殷夫人离开后动手。
For the murderer to take the 9 of characters, they had to wait until Madam Yin left. So there were 8 cards missing, but the 9 wasn't one of them. So when she went to her room, she left the card on the table. I still say it was Master Wu.
那场停电很可能是为了偷牌而人为制造的。 How
are you so big-brained? The power outage was done by that person specifically to steal the card, which means the murderer had 8 cards at first, then stole the 9 of characters later. This could have been accomplished in one go. Why did the murderer do it separately? Was careless. Perhaps they were careless and forgot to take one card. Okay, maybe not. Had no choice. Maybe there was an unforeseeable and insurmountable situations that forced the murderer to do so. What kind of situation? By accident. The discovery of how to choose death? Exactly. Why did the murderer insist on taking the 9 of characters instead of using a card at hand? The number. Numbers, they did not want to change the original plan for the unexpected appearance of another body. If it wasn't in their plan, they could have just not left a card and saved the trouble. A special reason for taking such a big risk. Mahjong cards correspond to the order of death and serve as a countdown. It is likely that the murderer already placed a few cards when they discovered Hao Chu's body. The murderer had to steal 9 of characters because Hao Chu died before Madame Yin. Since the murderer is so intent on emphasizing the order, that actually indicates there's something wrong with the order. Without a doubt, Hao Chu was the first to die. However, Madame Yin's time of death is very close to that of Old Ling's. Even after conducting an autopsy, it's difficult to determine the order. The Mahjong cards told us that Old Ling was murdered after Madame Yin. It wasn't just a Mahjong card. The murder weapon to kill her was Madame Yin's hairpin. Wait, are they saying that Ling might have died before Yin? If Ling died before Yin, someone... No, but that won't... Hard to buy one exactly like it. The murderer could only steal the hairpin after crime. Dead murderer. Why not take it right after murdering her? That's indeed unusual. Quite sharp, deliberately sharpened. Spilled blood from the victim on it. Some kind of jade? Shaped like a flower with a green jade inlaid at the center. This detail and a certain piece of evidence in my memory seem to contradict. What is contradicting? Would it just be this? I don't think there was anything else. Head. Defense rooms, hair. Contains a unique hairpin. Who was it? Autopsy. No. Operation. No, that's the wrong guy. This one. Fatal strike. Weapon. Suspected to be the stolen hairpin? What could it be? I feel like it's one of these. If I remember correctly, when the tassel hangs to the right, the jade state... I didn't think about that! Look! He's right!
但这根发簪
Yet
正好
this
相反。
hairpin is the exact opposite.
它不是殷夫人所
This
戴
is
的
not
簪
the
子，
hairpin that Madame Yin wore.
这个
This
发现
discovery is
足
enough
以
to
令我
overturn
来
every
做全部
deduction we've
推
made on this case. So this is a fake pin.
诸位，关于案件真相，
So someone
终有
killed
一些
Ling
重要
with
的
the
发现需要
fake
公布
pin first? And then dropped the 9 to me. What number was that? Sorry. 6. And then killed Madame Yin, dropped the 7. And then afterwards stole the actual hairpin to make it seem like he was killed after her. But why? How am I doing it? My brain is like... Steam is coming out of my brain, Weiss.
我们已经确认，
We have already confirmed that Miss Yingchu isn't the true culprit in this case.
抱歉，
My apologies, I was negligent.
我就说嘛，
I told you Yingchu wasn't bad.
什么让
What
沈
made you
先生
change your
感染了害
judgment?
此前，
I overlooked an important detail.
杀死老林的发簪
Madame Yin's
与殷夫人
hairpin and the
的发
hairpin
簪
that killed old
是左右
Ling
对称的
are
两
actually a symmetrical
不
pair.
是同一根。老夫不懂，
I don't understand. What does that prove?
这意味着
This means that the judgment about old Ling's time of death has been overturned.
真正的行凶轨
The
迹。
true trajectory of the perpetrator could be as followed.
凶手先前往轮机室，
They killed Ling in the engine room with one
留下
hairpin
7万，
and left the 7 of characters.
然后在客舱中
Then they killed Madame Yin in the cabin with a candlestick and left the 8 of characters.
最后，等殷夫人的尸体被发现，
After Madame Yin's body was discovered, they waited for a chance to steal the other hairpin,
这样就能营造
thus creating the
老林死于
illusion that
殷夫人
old
案发
Ling
后的真相
died after Madame Yin, as well as their own alibi.
那好大
Then
哥
what's the
的
deal with
死又是
Hao's death?
好久之死
Hao's
是
death
一
was
意
an
外
accident that
凶
even
手
the
也是
murderer
会
could not foresee.
为了强化错误的
To
死亡顺序
reinforce the wrong order of death, they stole the 9 of characters for Hao Chu.
想不到这凶手如此狡猾。
Yes, so the alibis of everyone was for nothing. Do you know who the murderer is?
有机会
The
前
only
行
person who had a
和
chance to
发簪
commit theft
实
and
施杀
murder
人
was... Okay, guys. Who had an alibi? Who had an alibi? So, the boat? Real. Okay, so it's not me. It's not Joseph. It's not Yingchu. It's not Afu. It's not the Long King. I mean, it could be, but you know. Hold on, I'm gonna save this because... Save. So, what was his thing? He was accounted for. Because he was in the dining room the whole time, remember? Like, before Madame Yin's murder, he was in the dining room the whole time, so it wasn't him. He was also in the dining room the whole time. So it wasn't him. I think we confirmed that it wasn't her. It wasn't him. There's no way it's L, right? But we don't know where L was. I think it's either... But no, L... It can't be L. You're still not over last night's polls? Yo, last night's polls in the cookie run On stream, streamer luck. Streamer luck was right. I'm gonna have streamer luck from now on. No more off stream luck. Right, they have to have stolen it at some point. But they couldn't have killed Ling, right? Do you guys see where I'm coming from? Like, these two couldn't have killed Ling because they were with us the whole time. So the only person who could have killed Ling was her. But then afterwards, what happened afterwards? What was her alibi? What was her thing again? She went to Ling to help with a joint repair. Ling sent her out to look for Hao. She wasn't able to find Hao. What did she do after she couldn't find Hao again? I think she went upstairs. So when she said that she went to go find Ling, she could have killed Ling. But then she came back upstairs to go bring food to the shipmaster. But then Wu Liangxin ended up doing that. What did she do again? I am so... My head. Because she was with us the whole time, so she couldn't have... The thing is, she could have been the only one who could... But it could have been her. It still could have been her. You know what? I'm gonna use a hint. Consider who could have caused a power outage, and who could have easily. I am doing that. Power outage. The only person it could be is L. If they're telling me to consider who could have caused the power outage, it could only be L. Because everyone else was accounted for. Brain.exe. I know, my brain. So, okay. The only person who could have caused the power outage is L. The hairpin. We still haven't used the valve, right? I'm gonna go with L because if the valve actually comes into play, isn't she the one who helps Ling out with like the engineering stuff? She was the one who taught us how to use it. Therefore, she might, if the valve comes into play, maybe she knows something about it. So I've already saved the game. I'm gonna go with L.
真正的凶手是小娥。
What? Was that right?
别开玩笑啦，沈大哥。
可是先生，小娥不是一直跟你在一起查案吗？
Uh-huh.
她怎么可能杀人呢？
The only thing is, I can see how she would kill Ling, but I don't know how would she get the hairpin too.
看起来可不像是会杀人的样子啊。
I'm so confused.
沈先生，
I don't think anyone believes that Elle is the murderer. Yeah, but you also didn't believe that you.
你刚才冤枉
You
了小
wronged
娥
my
一
sister
次
earlier. Are you mistaken again?
二位先生，
Please be cautious. Lives are at stake here. So this is wrong?
中，我
You've
们
been
已
wandering
经
in the
在
mist
迷
for
雾
too
中，
long.
现在
Now the truth is about to be
你有
revealed.
办法打
Do
破
you have a
质
way
疑
to break the doubt
证
and
明
prove
小
Elle
娥
is the murderer?
记
I
住
don't.
某处有关小娥的不起眼细节，以本物之象，
All objects
即
and
本
all
实之
images
象。
settle in different locations sequentially.
我身上也有牌，15万。 就在吴老爷之后。
But how did she know that she? Actually, no. He mentioned it, right?
而且殷夫人身量轻，不费什么力气。
Adam Yun barely weighs anything. I think the only ones I haven't used is the valve, the navigation, and the missing hairpin. Right?
沈大哥，这堆碎玻璃里
Piece of
好像
paper
有张
inside
纸
this
啊。
valve. Oh, I used the hairpin already? Okay, so it's gotta be the navigation thing or
后
the...
来发生家变，阿爸欠了很多债，就辍学了。
It's gotta be the navigation. Right.
殷夫人的
Siri,
头
at least
发
one of us has a brain.
怎么变长了？你操作好之后，车钟就不响了，船的速度也调整好了。
Contradiction. Wait, so what do I have? I have the navigation log. And I have the valve. Right? So... when you're done, the speed of the ship will be adjusted and the bell will stop ringing. Hold on, what did the navigation log say? Trying to proceed at full speed. And then slowly advance. Which means that it should already be at slowly. It's on half. But I don't know anything about ships, so this could be completely wrong. If the navigation log and this are the only things left, then it's gotta be this one. Process of elimination. And since I still don't know what this means, I'm guessing it's this. Slowly advance. So if it was already at slowly advance, why does this say half? I'm guessing. I don't know anything about ship navigation. So I'm gonna go with this. I don't know what any of this means. It's okay, I saved. I saved already? It doesn't say... oh gosh.
正的推理能力青出于蓝。
谢谢约瑟。
罗船长，
贝先生，沈先生耽误了许多事。这个，
那不如子夜到了，我
That's what will keep us safe.
不想，如果你希望活着离，
I'm gonna stay here inside.
哎呦
Ouch. Turns out I must hurry off. Was murdered by the culprit. Try again. Okay. So it wasn't that. So I'm guessing it's going to be the steam valve
身量
then.
轻，不费什么力气。沈大哥，这堆碎玻璃里好像有张纸啊。
If it wasn't the navigation log, it's gotta be the steam
后来
valve.
发生家变，殷夫人的头发，你操作好之后，车钟就不响了，船的速
And
度
the
也
bell
调
was
整好
stopping.
了。
What does this mean?
凡有接触，
All contact leaves traces.
任何杀人计
There
划
are no murder plans that can be created without a flaw.
这个蒸汽阀
The steam valve is one of the flaws that L left behind. What? What can this mere steam valve explain?
小额曾
Please
告诉
explain. L once told me Mr. Shen, this is the engine telegraph. It's used to adjust the ship's speed. Once you're done, the speed of the ship will be adjusted and the bell will stop ringing. However, according to my observations of Shipmaster Luo's operation, to alter the speed of the ship, you must adjust the steam valve on the steam engine. The engine telegraph is just a communication device. It doesn't... Oh! That's true. Elle rarely touches the steam boiler. How does that prove she's a murderer? Because the steam valve has never been adjusted. It has always been in the fully open state. I thought Mr. Shen was the one who adjusted the last acceleration. That's what I found confusing too. He was like, oh, you did very well. And I'm like, all I did was pull a lever, bro. That was why Shipmaster Luo praised me. All I did was operate the engine. That's what I was thinking. I was like, all I did was pull 2 levers and suddenly I know how to work a ship? Okay, cool. Okay. This steam valve has been maintaining the same state as before Old Ling was murdered. I think I understand, but I also don't understand. What does this have to do with the case? Oh, basically what happened was we found out that the hairpin that was used to kill Ling wasn't actually the hairpin that was in Madame Yin's hair. It was a duplicate. It was kind of like a mirrored copy, which means that Ling could have been killed at any time. The only reason why we thought that he was killed after Yin was because of that hairpin and the playing card. But now that we know that he could have been killed anytime, if he was killed before Madame Yin, that changes everything and people's alibis don't matter anymore. And if Ling was killed before Yin, Joseph was in the dining room, I was in the dining hall, he was at the helm, these 2 were in the dining hall. She was in the dining hall, which means that Elle was the only one who could have, who wasn't accounted for. Well, Elle and Afu, but we all know Afu's okay. So Elle is the only one who could have started the power outage, killed Ling, and then like possibly killed Madame Yin as well. If we combine this with this evidence, we can deduce true time of death. It's gotta be this! Full speed before nearing Longqing Temple. Therefore, the cockpit issued a command to decelerate at that time. Since there was a prompt response, there are no special records on the log, am I correct? But in fact, the valve of the steam engine remained fully open. Elle had no... we didn't go through Elle's motive yet. Especially since she was supposed to consider Ling like a father. There was a response from the engine telegraph. The valve was not adjusted. No wonder our ship hit a porpoise. Even you didn't notice there was something off about the ship's speed? Although I did feel the paddle wheels were turning rather quickly, it was too dark and foggy to determine the speed, and then everything else happened. Shipmaster Luo, has there ever been a time where old Ling forgot to adjust the steam valve? Never. Very well. This pretty much indicates that at 2130, old Ling had already come to harm. What does that have to do with me? Old Ling came to ask for Elle's help in the engine room around 21:20. 10 minutes later, at 21:30, as John mentioned, the ringing of the engine telegraph began.
换句话说，
Which means Old Ling was killed within the 10 minutes. That's why they had us looking at the clock in the beginning. That's why they had us looking at the clock, so that we could see that it was 9:30.
杀害老林后，车钟响了，凶手关掉了铃声，但没有调整蒸汽轮机。
I hired Elle to work in the engine room, but Old Ling won't let her touch the steam engine. You've never touched the steam engine, so you only know... Everything's connecting again! Ah! Coincidence? That's really just a coincidence. Besides the deceased, everyone who received a mahjong card has been in this dining room. As the waitress, you were able to naturally approach each of us to leave a card. Before the power outage, you were standing next to a wall with a socket right behind you. Ah! Is that also a coincidence? Are you saying Elle was behind the power outage? Power outage not only made it convenient for her to take the card from the table, right? It also created chaos and distracted the shipmaster from using the engine telegraph. As long as Old Ling's body was discovered after Madame Ying's, then she just had to steal the hairpin to create the illusion that Old Ling died after Madame Ying, giving her the perfect alibi while she investigated the case with John. That is why Elle is the true murderer. Ah! You know what? We fell for it. I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Is she... what?
沈大哥，能否让小娥说两句？
你说。
Go on.
这几天在船上相处的时间虽然不长，但我对沈大哥是很钦佩的。
Okay, where is this
你
going?
和贝先生的分析，小娥无从反驳。
你的意思是
What you mean is that our claim is consistent with the fact. Am I correct?
小娥。
No, that must be what... Oh, it's not just the fact that he was like accused of being a murderer, that he doesn't want to talk about the case. These guys were probably friends because they were working on the same ship.
小娥，
Oh,
你
poor
说认罪
Afu.
吗？
对不起，船长。
Why?
小娥不认罪。
Ah!
沈大哥，和你一起查案的过程，让小娥学到了很多。你总说没有天衣无缝的犯罪。
I was no longer going to rescind your statements. Oh, this hurts. The truth is,
推理也不可能做到天衣无缝，因为你没
you
办
can't
法保
ensure
证
integrity and
自己得到的
authenticity
线
of
索
the
是完
clues you
全的、
obtain.
真实的。就像引珠姑娘经历
Just
的
like
那
Miss
样，
Chu's
当
situation,
新
when
的
new
线索出现，
logic may also arise.
周，你还好
Are you alright?
我觉得小娥是对的，无法确保。
There's no guarantee that there will not be anything new unforeseen. But that's the same with every case, right?
缩到了10分钟区间内，
Even if we limit the time of Old Ling's murder to a 10-minute interval,
还是没办
we
法
still
完
have
全
no
确
way to
定
confirm that Elle is the
小娥是凶
murderer.
手。
不必过于执着。
Don't be too
周，
persistent. The problem L mentions is precisely the why presumption of innocence is necessary. It is also the source of progress in crime investigation and forensic science. The purpose of a detective's existence. Am I back? Am I back? Please say I'm back. There we go. I'm back. Yes. Okay. Okay, basically, if I don't know where things crashed, but right here. The purpose of a detective's existence is not to catch the murderer, but to find the truth. I understand. Since Elle investigated the case with you, she's been in your line of sight the whole time. This will have a certain impact on her behavior. Considering Elle was with me the whole time, this event may prove that she is the murderer. What event proves that she is the murderer? Nice. Thank you, guys. What event proves that she was the murderer? I think, okay, here's the thing. If she stole Madame Ying's hairpin, she should still have it. She should still have it, right? If Elle stole the hairpin, she should still have it. Unless she threw it overboard. But I think it's this. Madame Ying's missing hairpin is still on your person. You're with me throughout the investigations, and that hairpin was the focus of our attention. I believe that you did not have the chance to get rid of it, because she was with us the whole time. I would like to ask Ms. Ying to help examine Elle's pockets. Whether to execute it or not is up to you to decide. Well, life is at stake. She has it right there. There's no need for that.
小娥，
你们在找的那根发簪，的确在我身上。我之所以留着它
Is it your parents? Something to do with your parents?
是为了这一刻。
Ah!
救命
！Him?
别杀我！别杀我！
Okay, you know what? He's under control. Okay, I hate to say this, but the moment that happened, this doesn't make me feel good to think this, okay? But out of everyone in this room, one, I'm not surprised it was him, because he seems the most scumbag. But two, like I said, out of everyone in this room, he's the most scumbag. So, you know? Yingzhu just saved your life. You guys all know what I'm thinking.
影作，你不是被绑着吗？
Yingzhu, weren't you tied up?
这种绑法
This
在唐
binding
诗魔
method
术
is
中很
often
常
used in
见，
escape magic.
困不住。
You can't trap me.
好，好。
Good, good. Magic is good. I dislike this man.
哎呀，好险好险！刚才就差那么一丁点儿。
就差那么一点，一切就能结束了。
Putting an end to everything. It doesn't make me feel good to think that, okay? It was just like a immediate thing. Do you have a bad history with these people? How could there be any bad history? This young lass must have been possessed. Oh my gosh.
不得瞒。你还记得长江镖局的神刀镖头赵成义吗？
Oh? What did you do?
我一直以
I
为
always thought my daddy and the others
阿爸
died
和那
because
些
of the
叔
waves
叔
tipped over the
是
ship
因为龙王庙风高
until
浪急。
快把他的嘴堵
someone
上！
cover up her mouth. No, let her keep talking.
为什么？大哥就不好奇他杀你的原因吗？
Aren't you curious why she wanted
小娥，你继续说。
直到我
until I
亲耳听
overheard
见
them with
他
my
们
own
说，
ears?
不是说拿了钱就带着你妻儿走远吗？
Thought you said you'd leave with your family after you got the money.
你回江南来做
What
什
are you
么
doing
呀？
back here?
还有，
And also,
我俩
why
的
is
新
Wu
走进
Lianxun
来
the
的
first
大
mate
副
here?
啊，
He doesn't know
他该
something,
不会
does
知
he?
道什么吧？
老爷，夫人放心，
Master and Madame, don't worry, running into you two and Mr. Lianxun was just by chance.
我遭了报应，
I have paid for my
妻儿
sins.
病
My
死，
wife and child have died of
自
illness,
己
and I
也
will
是
soon
油尽
join them.
灯枯。事到如
I no
今，
longer want to have any further
不想跟
involvement in
那
that
事
matter,
再有
and I
半
won't
分
say a
关
word.
记住你说的，把话烂在肚子里，一个字也不能往外蹦。
殷总啊，我还是觉得这事太巧了，心里很不安呢。
Makes me feel uneasy.
你那时找的
Those
强
pirates you
盗
hired back in the day.
现在干嘛？
Can you trust
他们
them?
对长江镖
They've
局
long
经验
hated the
不浅
escort agency. We seek wealth,
我
they
们
take
谋
lives. It's a
财
sealed deal.
他们害命。
Oh, you.
而且那些乡道，
Besides, those pirates are either dead or locked away.
要么被官
They're
府
long
抓了
gone.
草没了的。
那会不会是哪里出了纰漏？
往死死松下
They were
一样，
drugged, burdened with rocks, then buried in sandpit at the bottom of the river.
埋进
What?
地底撒坑。
Are they talking about? Are they talking about Elle's parents? Drugged, burdened with rocks, and buried in a sandpit at the bottom of the river?
不可能有纰漏。
啊，这么看来真是巧合啊！哎呦，阿弥陀佛，那就好，那就好。
Oh, you asshole.
你们坚守自盗，背着吴家老爷，偷自家的镖，还散播谣
We
言
even
说是
spread
镖
rumors
师
saying
借
that
财
the guards
起
were
义，
motivated by
带
greed
了
and
钱
fled
财
with the
远
money.
走高飞。可怜的
What?
长江镖局的镖师们，一生行侠仗义，
The poor escorts of the Yangtze River Escort Agency have been earnest all their lives,
却被背叛，
but they were
被
betrayed,
杀害，
murdered,
被污
slandered,
蔑。
and buried with dirt on their name.
我想替他们
I
讨
just
回
wanted to
公
seek
道。
justice for them.
镖局
Alas,
在
after
时，
the
这
agency
一代
died
世风
unjustly,
太
peace
平，
was no more as the
他们
pirates
蒙
ran
冤离世，
rampant.
真是辜负了
This has
侠
been
肝
an
义
utter
胆
betrayal of the
一片执
heroism
着。
and sincerity.
镖师信誉大过性
The
命，
reputation of an escort is greater than one's life. Every debt must be paid off.
镖局所有家
The
眷
families of the agency were willing to give their all, down to the last grain of
一定
rice,
是就为能早日
just to
还
pay
上
off the
吴家
debt
的
and
债，
save the reputation of
保
the
住长
Yangtze
江镖局
River.
的信誉。
Oh my gosh.
可惜我娘见不到今天这一幕，她直到病逝前还在卖艺还债。
Not performing for money without living to see this day. Aww.
这簪子是我娘的陪嫁，
Those hairpins were my mommy's dowry. Yingzhe snatched one when she ransacked
被
our
阴柔夺
home.
走了一只，另一只我娘私藏了，说是为了留给我
Aww.
傍身。这几天在船
These
上的
past
时
few
候，
days, the tassel of the hairpin on Yingzhou's head has been swaying before me.
听到他们
After
三人的
overhearing
对
their
话后，
conversation, how could I continue to
想我
suffer
再
in
怎么忍
silence?
受？
德满兄，小娥所说，可都属实。
This guy has been throwing all the stones.
不关我的事啊，都是一柔出的主意。
Oh yeah, blame someone else.
被盗走的银镖
So you didn't take any of the silver that was stolen? I just wanted to get some money to pay off my debt. I didn't think she'd be so ruthless. I didn't want something like this to happen either. Play stupid games.
我是送
I've been reciting scriptures every day since sincerely praying for the deceased. Yeah, well, that's
既然
useless.
如此诚心，
Since you're so sincere, please put the whole story on paper and sign
请
it,
责
Mr.
版兄长整
Taman.
件事。
哎，没这
I
个
don't
必
think
要
that's
吧？
really necessary.
那就把小娥解绑。
Then untie L. Oh!
这个大哥我不要了。
I don't want to have a brother like you anymore. Oof.
我良心，你这个没良心的，你这是想害死你大哥？
反正事情只关
This
你和
matter
小
is
娥。
between you and L anyway. Maybe you two should just resolve it alone.
签字画押
Come on
的
now,
事情
write and sign or resolve it alone. Choose for yourself. Alright, alright.
现在真相
Now
大
that the
白了，
truth is out in the
大家打
open,
算怎么处
what
置
do you
小
plan to
娥？
do with L?
我想说，
In my
是
opinion,
他
they
们犯罪
started
在
it.
先，
L's revenge is
小娥
understandable. It's understandable, but
但
I mean, it's still murder.
小娥
L
到
is
底是
still
背了
has
两
still
条
taken
人
2
命。
lives if we don't send her in.
小娥杀了
I knew
人
I had to face the consequences when I killed them.
阴柔和林
Yingzhou and
林树已死，
Uncle Ling are dead. Now with Wu
就
Tianmen's
有无对满的
confession,
供
I
述，
have no regrets.
该送官送官，
I will accept all punishments. There is no need to put yourselves in a
大家不
difficult
必为
position.
难。
小娥，
L, are you sure that's what you want?
考虑到复仇
Considering
行
the
为所
unlawful
针对的不
infringement
法
your
侵害
acts
早已
of
结
revenge
束，
targeted has long come to
你
an
的
end.
复仇会被
Your
结果
revenge will be
抹杀
defined as murder.
贸然送官的话，小娥岂不就没命了？
If we send her in like that, L's life will be in danger.
一人做事一人当，我
I'm
不后
responsible
悔。
for my actions. I won't regret it.
贝先生，难道就没有其他办法了吗？
Is there nothing else we can do?
刑罚必须由官府来执行。
Punishment must be executed by the officials to break the cycle of murder and revenge.
周，你怎么看？
What do I think?
我想，
I would like to... What's the Great Qing Code? What's the Great Qing Code? Was there something like that? What's the Great Qing Code? Wild. Hold on, let me Google the Great Qing Code real quick. The Legal Code of Imperial. It's a book of laws for the Qing era dynasty. But what am I quoting from it? What's that supposed to do? Oh, those are strict. Okay. See, I'm not gonna go for uphold primitive justice or the Great Qing Code. But self-defense is also not I feel like it's not very applicable. Because it wasn't self-defense. But there were aggravating factors, if you know what I mean. Well, not aggravating, mitigating factors. And the mitigating factor is that she was acting out, I don't know. But I do have a soft spot for Elle. Like, I feel like she should face punishment. But I feel like, you know, like, don't just go and, you know, off her. Like, don't execute her. But she also does, like, you know? That makes sense, but at the same time, like, 2 people say what now? 2 of them? That's a little... I feel like that would be a stretch in the court of law. But then again, what do I know about the court of law? I feel like she definitely has some mitigating factors. Being that they were all jerks. Okay, so it's gonna be either this one or this one for me. How old is Elle again? I don't remember how old Elle was. I'm gonna go with self-defense just for like the whole mitigating factor thing. I don't know if she can argue self-defense, but you know, like at least it's something. Hey, I'm not the judge. Just consider me like the lawyer telling her what maybe classified as justifiable defense. Nope, just a ongoing unlawful infringement. Then I shall advocate that the death of Elle's parents has always caused her misery. Her misery is the result of infringing behavior, not the infringing behavior itself. Your chances of winning are very slim. Oh, so there's a right choice. Of course there is. Are the ultimate goals of establishing law and decrees. If primitive justice cannot be upheld, it is understandable for Elle to seek revenge in her own way. I want to use this as a basis to fight for her amnesty. Your chances of success would be quite low. The judge can't set a precedent allowing a victim's family the right to end someone's life. That's true. The significance of the law would be lost. Quote the grape. Yeah. There's still leeway to turn things around. The laws and decrees of the Qing dynasty are different from those you're familiar with. If one's parents are murdered and they don't go to officials, by killing the perpetrator, they are guilty of killing without authorization. Being beaten with a staff 60 times. Oh. If the perpetrator had angered them into seeking revenge, punishment will be further reduced. Okay, that works. There's also a chance to reduce her sentence? How was I supposed to know that, okay? I am willing to serve as your litigation lawyer. I don't think... well, maybe litigation... Oh... This guy's still writing. This guy's still writing. Man, honestly, that didn't make me feel good. This case didn't make me feel good. Was it a good case? Yes. It was honestly an amazing case. But it didn't make me feel good at all. I mean... Yeah, like... I don't... Like, like, I feel like the other ones made me go, oh... This guy murdered this guy because he was an asshole. Or something like that, you know? This one, it was just like... like, it did... Like, none of the other ones made me feel good, but at least it gave me a sense of... yeah, you suck. But then this time, it was like... Oh... No... Press on the jaw correctly. You need to hold your horses after learning idioms. Why would you say something like that to sadden me so? It's just like life, right? Yeah, it's just like life. Slow and steady wins the race. Could you evaluate my proficiency in idioms? It is out of this world and beyond belief. You bet your boots we go hand in hand. I mean... I wonder if anything like... Toman will get any punishment. I mean, obviously he's gonna get like public shaming for all of this. But now that he's written a confession, I wonder if he's gonna go to jail. I hope he does. And then I also feel bad for Ling, because it seemed like Ling wanted to make things right in a way. And then he never got the chance to. And the way he didn't have any defensive wounds makes me think that like he was okay. Man.
此番过后，
Yingxu and Tenman have lost their inheritance rights.
沈先生不说，
If you didn't bring it up, I didn't even notice.
所以说
That's why they say what goes around comes around.
大哥是作茧
Tenman
自缚。
dug his own grave, but Yingxu,
他若需要钱，
if she ever needs money as her brother, I won't stand by and watch. Honestly, he's not a bad guy. He can now use the money to travel the world. Do his like global travel. And honestly, Yingxu will probably be happier for it. She'll be able to go back to her magic troupe, her boyfriend, and she still has her brother, and he still has her.
阿福，你一直跟着我，有什么事吗？
Alpha, why have you? I didn't even notice. I'm so used to him following me around.
先生，我的舌头已
My
经
tongue
好
is
了
okay now, so I can
现在说
speak
话
without
完全
any problems.
那太好了。
Great news! For the next few days, keep a light diet, speak less, rest your tongue.
先生真厉害，那么难
You
的案
managed
子
to
都被
crack
你
such a
破解。
difficult case.
其实，
If it weren't for Elle's eagerness for revenge, this case,
但最后结果
at
是
least
好
all's
的。
well that ends well.
那些证物和
You were
证
able to
言
string the evidence and testimonies that were scattered like scattered fish balls
变成了鲜美的鱼丸
into
串。
an intricate and delicious fishball skewer. Afu and food.
你不
Afu, you may as well speak your
我
mind.
想说
I wanted to say that
先生
the
所
work
做
you
的
do,
事
detective, is
十分之有
extremely
意义。
meaningful. Aww.
如果当年的尸标案
If the
没有人
truth
查明真相，
behind the missing
就能避
escort
免
was
今天的悲剧发
exposed
生
back
了。
then, this tragedy wouldn't have happened.
所以
So
我想给先生当助
I would
手。
like to be your assistant, detective. And this is where it all
不
starts.
允许。怎么做侦探助手？
How can you be a detective's assistant when you faint at the sight of blood?
命案现场少不了
Those things are inevitable at the scene of murders.
这个
Oh,
问题我早
I've
就
already
想
come
好
up
了
with a solution.
先生，你
Look,
看，
detective,
这是你的新发明。
is this your new invention?
这是我查案专用的
This is a
滤光镜
filter I made just for investigating cases.
我都试好了。
I tried it out already. With this on, blood won't make me squeamish.
还真是用心了。
You really put your heart into it.
先生同意了，我等会
I'll
就
pack
去
my
做
things
这
in a
些
minute. Did we agree? Was that an agreement?
我懂革质学，还擅
I
长研究
understand
机器
physics and I'm good at
将来
mechanical
一定
research.
可以帮
I
上
bet
忙
I can help you in the future.
先生，引渡
Miss
姐好像
Yingchu
在
seems
前
to
面
be
等
waiting
你
for you up ahead. Man,
这是能水
we were
落
able
石
to get
出
to the bottom of this
多
thanks
亏
to
有
you,
沈
Mr. Shun.
这次能接近真
I
相
was。only able to get close to the truth through pure luck.
沈先生，
Mr. Shun, there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with.
罗船长，请说。
Please speak freely.
阿福来找我，说他要
Afu
同
came
你
to me and
去
said he
破案
wants to go solve cases with you.
阿福家中发生变故
Afu
后，
shuts
就
himself
一
in
直
and
留
made
在他爷爷造
that
的
on
这
the
艘
ship
船
ever
上
since his grandfather
并
passed away.
如今
Now that
他
he's
愿
willing
意
to get
走
off,
下
I can't
船
tell you
去
how happy I am.
我心里，但这孩子心性
But he's a
单纯
simple and pure kid.
我
I
总
worry
放
about
心
him,
不
so
下。
please look out for him. Aww.
罗船长放心，我会替你
I
照
will
顾
take
好
care
阿
of
福。
Afu in your place.
沈先生，
Mr. Shun, there's something you should know.
引珠姑娘，请讲。
小娥说
Elle said that she saw me speaking with Uncle Ling in private.
确有其事。
It's the truth.
林叔和尹珠姐说了什么呀？
What did he speak to you about?
小娥的生辰快到了，
It's almost Elle's
林
birthday,
叔
so
准备
Ling
了黄色
prepared
袄
a
子
yellow.
想要送给
Oh, that hurts. Prepares a yellow coat skirt as a gift.
裙子上的
He
鹅是白
embroidered
刺
the
绣
geese on the skirt himself and was just asking me if they looked like ducks.
林叔是真心待小娥好，他们两个就像
I might actually cry.
小娥刺杀老林的位置就在传声筒附近，可老林既没有反抗，
I might actually cry. Hold up. I need a tissue.
他临终前的心情一定很复杂。
尹珠姐，你怎么不把这件事告诉小娥啊？说不定能化解小娥心中的隔阂。
未经他人苦，莫劝他人善。
影珠姑娘，我赞同你的选择。
哦，
有一些恩怨是没办法化解的。
对了，尹珠姐，有个问题我一直想不通。
Oh, that sucked.
当时为什么你宁可冒风险，也要去收那副扑克牌啊？别人不知道，但我知道，你是真的不在意遗产继承的事。
Anyways.
可能我被那个场面吓糊涂了吧。
其实，
Actually, when investigating the poker cards, I noticed something else that was odd.
那才是影珠真
That
正
must be the
想守护
secret
的
that
秘密
Yangtze really wanted to protect. You can't tell me that there's a secret and tell me to leave things be. Point out the peculiarities.
听说莫雨琪的成名作《心有灵犀》就是用扑克牌表演的，
Uses
而
poker
这套牌
cards.
中有部分
The
牌的
number
牌
of
数
pips on some
与
cards
角
do
上的
not
数字
match
对
the
不上，
numbers on the corners.
定是这样。
That must be the case.
阿福，我想相比名声和遗产，
Compared to fame and inheritance,
影珠姑娘真正
what
在意
Miss
的是
Yangtze really cares about is
如
how
何
to
守住
protect the
魔术
secret
的度。
behind the magic trick.
要怎么诠释这件事，是沈先生的自由。之后如果来
If
上
you
海，
ever visit Shanghai,
欢迎来看我们
you're
的
welcome to
演
come to our show.
一定。
Man,
先生，我们去船
let's
头
go
看
to
看
the
吧。
boat. I'm a sucker for family things, guys. Any sort of like family, parent-child thing. I will cry. And I have cried.
先生，雾散了，
The fog has cleared up, the sun is up. There we go. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's already 9. It's okay, I'm almost done. Yeah. So did L's sentence reduction succeed in the end?
那是自然
Of。course, Shen always keeps his promises.
对他来说
For her, it's a kind of justice finally served.
不过
But
我总觉得
I feel like
还有
something
哪
is
里
still
不
not
对。
quite right in this case.
文小姐说说看。
Please share your thoughts. Oh boy.
时间按
Time.
说
In theory,
小
L
娥是在听到
considered
摩
murder
登
after
和殷夫
eavesdropping
人
on
的
Yingzhou
对话
and
和
Wu
情杀
Zhen's
可
plot.
是
But is it
真
possible
有
for
人
someone
能
to
在这么
defy
短
such
的
a...
时间
I
内
was going to say,
想
she
出如
did
此
very
缜密的计
well
划吗？
devising such a plot. Like, that plot was really well done.
如果他在
To
很早
plan
之
ahead,
前
how
就
could
开
she
始谋
ensure
划
all Wus board the ship?
文小姐果然敏锐，连这一点都察觉到了。
先生，
Is there still a hidden aspect to this case?
的确有人从此事
Indeed,
获益，
someone has benefited significantly from this incident.
只可惜
Unfortunately, Elle decided to
这
shoulder
件事
this
小
on
娥
her
决定
own,
自己承
and we
担。
can't find any other... What?
那个人难道是？
先生，可心姐，我们到扬
You
州了。
can't just leave me like that. Whenever someone goes, do you want to know the secret? My answer is always yes. So just dangling that little bit of information in front of me is like... Oh, that hurts. But you know what? It was her choice. I just wish I knew who that person was. Was it the shipmaster?
终于有机会试试这个。
Oh,
开伞成功，
umbrella opened
双手
successfully.
解放。
Hands freed.
扬州是先生的家乡吧？
没错，
很少听先生说起呢。
这里的经历并不愉快。
新词书局就在前面，先生，我们快过去吧。
Okay. So that was that. That was chapter 4. Was not expecting to cry at the end, but you know, things happen. Honestly, that one was shocking. Like that was first it was 1, then it was 2, then it was 3. And the way we've figured out who everyone was, that oh. I mean, I knew Wu Man was a slime ball from the beginning. It's crazy how perceptions change because L I don't think L was acting really through the entire thing, through the entire case. Obviously she was acting as in like, oh, you know, like, oh, I wonder who the murderer is, blah blah blah. But I don't think she was acting in like her personality and stuff, so I really liked her. It just really sucks. But of course everything made sense at the end. The way the case wrapped up and everything connected, everything made sense. Let me know who you guys think helped L, allegedly, according to reporter Wen. Afu had to cut in at that moment and go like, oh look! The town! I just wish I knew who it was! But, you know... Yeah, best one yet. It took me 4.5 hours again? Not too bad. So I think I have like 2 more chapters left. And if they are also going to be around 4.5 hours, I think I'm also going to start it, when I stream it. I'm also going to start around the same time I did today. Just because it ends around the time where I'm supposed to eat dinner, but like not quite. I missed part of it, but you know, I'll head down for dinner. Anyways. Yeah, so thank you guys for being here. Thanks for being my brain cells. Thanks for chilling with me. That was fun. It's always fun like going through mysteries with you guys. So that is that. And maybe next weekend we'll do chapter 5. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. See you guys for my next stream. Take care, you guys. Ugh, feelings. Feelings were had. You know, I thought I was just gonna tear up. Ended up like actually... Anyways, thank you. Bye-bye.